Good evening, my people. Good evening, good evening. I hope you and your families are doing well. To those of you who are watching live and those who will be watching later, I just want to thank you for tuning into our AEA Films channel. We, as you know, we focus on telling African stories to the mainstream. And if you haven't already, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. We have a playlist of documentaries shot across Africa, from Vodou in Togo, the Dahomey Kingdom, Mali, and most recently our 4-part documentary series, Kemet, A Journey Through the Black Land, where I explore the Egyptian leg of the Nile River as I travel from Cairo way down to Abu Simbel and back up north to Alexandria. And of course, we discuss the African origin of Egyptian culture. As they say where I come from, Nono, Ekenemono. I greet all of you. If for those of you who haven't seen it already, we just completed a 3-part series discussing the history of Nigeria up until the Civil War in 1967. So please make sure you check that out. Now, as you know from yesterday, we've been hyping this for a few days now. We are back today. Yesterday, we could finish the discussion on Pan-Afrikanism, the failures of Pan-Afrikanism, and I said I was going to bring on probably the single most important Pan-African of our generation currently. I'm going to introduce him in a minute, but first I want to just share a little bit of his background. This man I'm about to bring on is, amongst other things, he's my brother. Not just in an emotional sense. We actually look alike. Okay, so in a minute you might think that your camera is seeing double. This man is someone who truly embodies, personifies the sense of being a Kemetyu, meaning someone who is an origin of the Black Land. He lives it, he breathes it, he speaks it. And without further ado, I'd like to bring on my dear brother, Dr. Obadele, obenfoobadele Kambon. My brother, good evening.
Ekurale.
Àbí ẹ̀kásán.
Oh.
Ẹ̀kásán.
Nísìn ìrọ̀lẹ́ ni tàbí alẹ́ tilẹ̀ náà ni. Aago 9 ni, torí náà alẹ́ náà ni.
Ṣé wàá pa? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
Àwa ń bẹ o, díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni. Àkàn gbìyànjú.
For those who don't know, Doc here speaks how many languages in total?
You know, I actually compiled a list. So the ones I count are like, let's say 6, right? Solid. The ones that I don't count are like 40. That's the ones where I can just do small greetings and hello. I can order food at a restaurant, but those are the ones that I don't count.
So the 6 are which ones?
So Chi, Yoruba, Wolof, Kiswahili, Kikongo, English, Portuguese. And if I'm in a pinch and I'm in a Francophone country, then I can order food in French. And then like everything else, like I can order food in Amarinya. So, like I can, like those types of things, but I don't count.
I think you speak like Did you speak in Rwanda with my mom one time?
I know how to say some small words in Kinyarwanda, right? You know, just like 1 or 2. So I don't count any of the languages where like I know how to say just like thank you or or just how are you, and I may not even so like I don't count any of those, but it's like there are a lot of them where I just have like a smattering, and part of that comes from anytime I meet someone, I always ask them how to say something in their language. So just recently we had Ojira, which is the New Year festival. That's the Yam Harvest Festival here in Ekwapim. And there was some Amazulu. So, of course, you know, I started speaking with them. Saubona, Kunjani, Yapile. Is it Kunjana Unjani? So it's like the Zulu and like I can't count any of those, but I can just do, you know, small here and there.
Small. My brother, listen.
But they were very impressed. They took my phone number. They're like, oh, we have to stay in touch with you. It's like one of I guess the royal family, crown prince, someone who's there. Yeah. But they were just so shocked that here's somebody in Ghana. Have you been, you know, I went one time for a conference, but I started learning it just because I had some Zulu friends. So like those ones I don't count, but I may even dig up that list because everyone asks me that question every time I come on anything. So I said, let me actually just pull together a list of all of the ones. And I have the list and I show where I am. So this is like native speaker level. This is native speaker level. This is near native. This is advanced. This is conversational. This is whatever. And all the way down to, this is just like a few words. This is greetings. This is whatever. So yeah, I have that somewhere.
Let me ask you. I know before we start, let me ask you, what do you find is I've asked you this question before in private before, but just your trick to learning languages quickly or thoroughly. What was it? What was it again? You said it was
So
like it sound like explain please. I beg.
yeah, so essentially it's linking new knowledge to old knowledge.
Right.
With this particular technique, essentially I could just sum it up as mnemonic devices, right? But what it is that you're actually not learning a new language, you're just rearranging a language that you already know. An example I can give is I still remember my very first day of Yoruba class, because my teacher was actually not, a Yoruba teacher. He was in philosophy, but he was a native Yoruba speaker. So he got drafted to teach Yoruba. So he decided he's going to teach philosophical concepts, like the concept of truth and what truth means and so forth. So he taught the word otito in Yoruba. And it comes from to, which is like to point, and the idea is straightness, right? So otito. So I remember the mnemonic device I came up with is Michael always lies, but Otito Jackson always tells the truth. So Michael Jackson and Tito Jackson.
Okay.
I'm not learning anything new. I know that Michael Jackson is there. I know Tito Jackson is there. So I'm just arranging it in such a way that I'll never forget it, right? I remember like in the year 2000, 2001, at the Ghana Burkina Faso border, and there was a young girl. I was asking how to say things in More, and post baraka is like thank you, post baraka. And I remember thinking like a goal post or something. I'm thankful for this post. So it's like just these types of things. So I remember something. What is 2001? 23 years ago, that I learned at a border, and I know it because I came up with like a scenario. And the weirder, the funnier, the whatever they are, the easier it is to remember. So it kind of becomes a crutch all the way until you don't need it because you're thinking in the language.
But how do you like learn to conjugate like verbs and sentences like from that system? Like so if like how so is you could like the otito thing is that makes sense. But if you want to like Mawole, for example, I'm going Mufe, I want something. Like how do you how do you figure that one out? How do you end up like picking it up so quickly?
So let's do that. But I know I want to actually pour libation before we get started.
Okay, so do we do that now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
But
okay.
then and really can go into all of my techniques. My recommendation is to come to abibitumi.com and learn it. That's how you learn conjugation. But we'll come back to that point. So let me take these off and then I'll go straight. Ago. Omi tutu, ile tutu, ori tutu, ọ̀nà tutu, tutu lálòyé. Ìbà Olódùmarè tẹ̀rẹ̀ káyé. Ìgbà àgbàrúmìlà òjùkọ̀tún. Ìgbà àgbàrúmìlà òjùkọ̀tún. Ìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà Bárápẹ̀tù. Ìbà Ifá Akérèfínú ṣọgbọ́n. Ìbà Kọ́dá, ìbà Àṣẹ̀dá. Ìbà Ìbọ̀lódùfẹ̀. Ìbà Mẹ̀gbọ́n lódì Rẹ́mọ. Ìbà Ọ̀ṣun. Ìbà Ògún. Ìbà Ṣàngó. Ìbà Yemọja. Ìbà Ọ̀ṣọ́ọ̀sì. Ìbà Ọbàtálá. Ìbà àyíhàn iwájú awálẹ̀ rẹ̀ bí ẹ̀kọ́ ló gbajúgbà ilẹ̀ ìlàlámú ọmọ tuntun ìjùbà ìbà fá èṣù ọ̀dàrà àtúkẹ̀ṣù nìyí èṣù kí nǹkan má ṣe mí kí nǹkan má ṣe òbí mi kí nǹkan má ṣe wọn òbí mi kí nǹkan má ṣe wọn ọmọ mi kí nǹkan má ṣe kankan nínú wa kakọ́ gbọ́mọgbọ́n kakọ́ lọ́mọlá kà lówó lọ́wọ́ kà lówó láyé kí nǹkan má ṣe ọ̀nùwàrà tó jẹ́ àbúrò mi kí nǹkan má ṣe àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ kí nǹkan má ṣe ìyàwó rẹ̀ kí gbogbo nǹkan lọ dára fún wa kakọ́ gbọ́mọgbọ́n kakọ́ lọ́mọlá kà lówó lọ́wọ́ kà lówó láyé kẹ́ṣẹ́gun ọ̀tá wa gbogbo kò ní sí ọ̀tá kan kó tẹ́lẹ̀ pa ọ́ sínú gbogbo ìgbésí ayé wa ká ní ìlọsíwájú àti ìtẹ̀síwájú nínú nǹkan kí ọ̀tá bá ń ṣe pàápàá jùlọ èyí tá a máa ń ṣe tó máa jẹ mọ́ òmìnira èèyàn dúdú tó jẹ mọ́ adúláwọ̀ òmìnira àwa kí ẹ lè jà láti gbára wàrà lọ́dọ̀ àtàwọn òyìnbó àṣẹ 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 ò ìbà kò ṣẹ.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right, so my people, for those who are just tuning in, that was we have or as we call one Dr. Obadele Kambon. Today we are going to be discussing the topic of back to Africa. But before we do that, of course, he had to just remind the ancestors that we are here and we are working in their presence. Just before we do that, can you just explain how a libation works and how you get to a point where you're able to do it?
So let me go a little bit into the background of libation. So as Black people throughout space and time, our understanding is that the human being is like a living sun. So like the rulers in classical Kemet, they would be referred to as Sa Ra, which is son of the sun, which if you actually are familiar with how the solar system came to be, that all of us are actually made out of the same material that Ra, the sun, is made out of. Just some of us ended up in the center of Ra, and others of us ended up becoming congealing into planets and other things, and then transformation. So the idea is transformation across time. So the idea is that human beings are like a living sun. As they say, everyone has a conception, everyone has a birth, everyone has a high point, everyone has a sunset, and then a transformation to come right back through. So like that's even a proverb in Kikongo, to fuanga musoba, and it translates to we are changing in order to change. Like we're dying in order to undergo a process of change, to fuanga musoba. So the idea is that even though the sun sets, the sun doesn't stop existing. So all of us can attest to that. So I'm standing here from my perspective. I've seen the sun set, but the sun doesn't stop existing. And there are texts in classical Kemet that says, I am Khepra in the morning, I am Ra at noon, and then I'm Atum in the evening, right? And there's a text inside of, what they call Abu symbol, the structure that was made for Hemet Nesut Nefertiti, Nefertari, where it says, Usir Hetep Ra, Rapu Hetep Usir. And it says that when Ra rests, Ra is Usir. And when Usir rests, Usir is Ra. Basically, the idea is that when it's noon here, it's midnight there. And then vice versa, when it's midnight here, it's noon there. So you get basically all the points of the Congo cosmogram. So you have, basically those four sections. And then Usir is the sun, quote unquote, at midnight. So the idea is that when we pass on, we, get to the sunset, and then the sun unites with Usir in order to undergo a process of regeneration, and then that sun is born again. So essentially, all of this is saying that even though, so energy isn't created or destroyed, it's only transformed. So even though the sun is no longer visible to me from my perspective, it continues to exist. So that understanding is the reason why we pour libation. That even though my father who transitioned recently, your father who transitioned recently, even though we don't see them physically, like even this afternoon, I was eating contumbres like obefo, like a greens, with ishu, so yam. And my father's portrait is right there at the table. So I went and got a wooden dish that I like, and put some of my food in there. And I said, I'm going to eat with my father. We're going to sit down. We're going to have lunch together. And, just the idea is that even though he's transitioned, I no longer see him like how I used to. He continues to exist in various forms through the books that he wrote, through the words that he said, through the clothes that I wear. Like I have a lot of the clothes that he wore that, I put on. So like, in various types of ways. So we pour libation because of that understanding that even though the sun has set, the sun hasn't stopped existing. And like even in the week after he transitioned, just that understanding really got me through, because I would go, my house is oriented exactly east, west, north, south. So just like Mer Khufu, the pyramid of Sarah Khufu. So I would just, be on the west side and I'd watch the sunset, and I would just be thinking of that idea is that even though the sun sets, the sun doesn't stop existing, and that really, was helpful for me.
Let me ask. Actually, I'm just wondering if we could just quickly share your house. Um,
Mhm.
let's just show people what his house looks like. So, a little bit of background. Doc has been in Ghana for what is it, 15, 16 years now, right?
Yeah,
16 years.
2008. So this is 16.
16 years.
September last month when we did the Abibitumi Conference, the first day of the Abibitumi Conference was year 16 here.
Year 16. Oh,
Hmm.
September. This September was year
This
16.
past September. Yep.
And the house has been ready now, what, like 18 months? You moved in 18 months? So 18 months?
Something like that. Um, so we moved in. Actually, I moved in before it was ready. So there were no doors, there were no toilets. I'll let you guess how I had to deal with that situation.
The
No
only,
windows. So I was roughing it. I did survival training. I was
only
like,
you can do
this is
that.
the reason why I did survival training because no more renting. I'm done with rentals. So yeah, something along those lines. Maybe a little bit longer in terms of like when I moved in. But I can show you guys. This is actually a presentation that goes into the meaning of it. So let's see. So this is Khamnu, the place of the eight Abibitumi Himfir. This is like a little bit of an earlier stage. So all of this is done with stone now. The grass has grown in more.
Mm,
But the essential structure is here, and that's my view of the west side, right?
mm,
So this is directly east exactly. This is exactly west. You can actually set a compass, a calibrated compass, on the
mm,
basis of the structure, just like how we did in classical Kemet. So it has eight sides because of the significance of the eight original Necharu of Khamnu. So we actually call the place Khamnu, the place of the eight. So we had Amin, Aminet, Nun, Naunet, Keket, and He and Hehet. But then also after Atum, and that's represented by the skylight that goes all the way down. So we get light all the way into the house. After Atum, you also had eight Necharu that came after him. So the idea is Atum has both masculine and feminine elements. But you have Shu, Tef, Nut, Geb, Nut, Asar, Aset, Setech, and Nebet Hut. So these are also the eight there. And then also you have the eight original Nomo, which are, discussed by the Dogon. The Basonge people in Congo also talk about the eight original ancestors. The Akan talk about the eight original ancestresses from which all Akans are descended from. That is Asenye, Agona, Asona, Oyokwo, Asechiri, Britu, Ekwana, and Adriana.
mm,
And each one has, a quote unquote totem associated with it. But essentially, throughout space and time for Black people, we have this idea of the significance of the number eight. And then, here you see Mahen, which is the snake with its own tail in its mouth, which represents that the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning. You have Da Aido Hembo. So that you find this in classical Kemet. So I actually have a photograph of this on the it's like a golden shrine for Sarah Tutankhamun,
mm,
and it shows this idea of the snake with its tail in its mouth. But you also find it in Benin,
mm,
and then you have the serpent, that's coiled. That's Da Aido Shedo. So in the
mm,
creation story, it talks about how this started, the spinning of the earth. The painting you find is Bomborisi, so that's done in northeastern Ghana, Burkina Faso, and the vertical triangles represent the masculine. Here, these are actually cut stones, and they're horizontal triangles, and that represents the feminine. This here represents wealth, right? We have the Kanaga masks, which are of the Dogon, which basically have the idea that as above, so below.
mm,
So a lot of meaning into it, and it's intentionally quote unquote Pan African in
mm,
terms of a structure.
mm.
I'll go into why I'm saying quote unquote for Pan African, in a
Yeah,
second.
yeah, yeah.
You have Heru here at the top. So just a lot of meaning went into it, and of course we're on solar. So I'll just take you through a few of the images here. And again, things have changed from this, but this is like the structure is complete.
And
This is.
declare it's
Mhm.
mud brick, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it's mud brick. So entirely constructed with earth, entirely on solar. We have our own water system. There's a solar borehole, and then also a water catchment system. That means if the sun is shining, we get water, or if it's raining, we get water. This is the garden here over on this side. This is a structure you see. So this is a solar carport, and then we have this solar also to support the solar borehole, and then additional support for
And is that
the
the tanker
cars.
in there somewhere?
So the kantanka is actually here. So this is
Uh,
my kantanka. This is my mother's kantanka. But this is the one who did the windows. So he doesn't have a kantanka. And I often joke, I say, if you don't have a kantanka, you have to park outside. But I made an exception for him because he was doing our windows.
for those of you who don't know, Kantanka is a Ghana-made vehicle,
What's
uh,
this one?
which
Another kantanka.
Doc's car has the red, black, and green flag all across it. So,
Mhm.
in fact, 9 times out of 10, you see Doc wearing red, black, and green, one way or another. Doc, let me ask you also. You know what? Actually, Doc, let's do this. Let's because for a lot of people here, give me ones. Those of you who have heard of Doc before, give me ones, please. If you've heard of Doc, I know most of you have, but for some people who don't know you and some people will be watching before, what I'd like to do now, Doc, very quickly before we go into today's presentation, just to be clear, today's presentation is about back to Africa. And Doc is going to talk specifically about the historical basis. Yesterday, we are talking about modern Pan-Africanism and this whole back to Africa concept, but Doc is going to go further. But I would like to also understand how Doc himself, I want everybody here to know how Doc himself got back to Africa. So, Doc, if you don't mind, let's do a quick summary of a very complex story. And just to be clear, I have already done this with him about 6 or 7 years ago. So I'll link
Mhm.
it somewhere for you guys to watch. We've done a more in-depth one. But
Yeah.
yes, Doc, if you don't mind, let's have you let's have you discussing, as they say in Ghana.
Mhm.
Let's discuss.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was saying earlier that the most in depth I've gone into that story is the interview I did with you called "Great African Thinkers."
Mhm.
Other everywhere else, I've just kind of like skirted over it. Yeah, I went through a change, but in that one, I actually go through like the day by day of what that change was like, for me. But yes, so my mother first came in '72. She got her doctorate as a psychologist and became a clinical psychologist. But the idea is that quote unquote Western, and I'm again quoting unquoting that one. Psychology is not holistic and it's not really for us as Black people. So she and many others, were starting to look towards our own healing systems of our ancestors. So she became initiated into the Akan spiritual system as an Okomfo, and she brought me here as she was still training. That was in 1998. So at that time, I was just like, I'm just going along for the ride. This is my mother's thing, whatever. Between 98 and 99, I went through that very serious spiritual transformation, which you can check out the Great African Thinkers talk that we did to go more into that. So by the time 99 rolled around, I was very serious because I was to be her akyeame. So akyeame is essentially the spokesperson for the healer diviner. So once that was the case, I was like, well, to do this well, I need to actually learn the language. So I did learn the language very much in depth to the point in 2000, 2001, my mother was the international president of the Association of Black Psychologists, and she led a delegation of over 500 psychologists here to Ghana to have their international convention here in Ghana. So that was of course very significant. So I was here for that. So 98, 99, and then 2000. In 2000, I decided to stay here for a year of study abroad, and because I was already conversational in Tree at that point, I was able to have one-on-one classes with one of the luminary professors of the Tree language. That's Obinfo Kofi Ajikum, for those who may know him in Ghana. So we were just like reading through Anansi stories, um, and just other things. And then by the second semester, I was taking classes with native speakers who have been speaking the language all their lives, and that was use of a Ghanaian language, literature of a Ghanaian language, where we're studying poetry, prose, novels, proverbs, everything you can imagine in the language. Um, So by the time I went back to the United States, my Medu Neter teacher, so I had already been studying Medu Neter with the current head of the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. That's ASCAC for short. That's Obenfoobadele. So when I came back to class, I was making all of these connections between Akan and Medu Neter. And from there, he was like, you know what, you need to go to grad school for this. And it reminded me of like a talk by Nana John Henrik Clark where he says, you know, we have to form a priesthood. And that was the term that he used out of, you know, the Black liberation work, essentially. So he was basically sending me on this mission, you know, to, you know, get a PhD in linguistics. So I went to University of Wisconsin-Madison at that time, which was the only PhD program in African languages and literature. So I, you know, did that. And so actually at University of Wisconsin-Madison, I got 2 master's degrees, one in African language and literature, one in linguistics. And my master's thesis was a comparative historical linguistic study between Akan and Yoruba. From there, um, my supervisor, who was my Yoruba teacher, she was like, she was married to a white guy, and she was like, and I didn't hear this from her directly, or there was a colleague who told me like 2 or 3 years after the fact, but he said that she blocked you from getting your PhD committee together because she said you don't like white people.
Here we go.
Which is, you know, whatever.
Which
This
is
is making the mud blocks here, me and my son.
kept
This is
happening.
Izuba. This is your son too. Making the mud block. Izuba's getting taller, Kweku's getting wider.
Quiz game.
Don't let him, yeah. We love him just like that.
Yeah, that's how we love.
So yeah, at any rate, but I didn't know that that's what she was doing, was blocking me from getting my committee together. So I was like, all right, let's move to Chicago. Me and my, you know, future wife, we moved to Chicago because I was still, one, where I was studying capoeira, and then 2, it was close enough that when it's time for me to go back and do my PhD, I could do that. But then I'm also teaching at Northeastern Illinois University, Chicago State University, Malcolm X College, DuSable Leadership Academy, Barbara Ann Sizemore, Betty Shabazz, Winnie Mandela, Charles Hamilton Houston, New Concept, and like basically every Black school from university down to preschool. I'm teaching Chi, Yoruba, Wolof, Capoeira, you know, basically bringing everything to bear that I did. So this is a mud block, so you can see it clearly here in this shot. But anyway, as I was also studying survival training, I became an instructor with a formation that was founded by Nana Hannibal Afrique of Republic of New Africa. And we would do these survival training encampments for quote unquote at-risk youth. And coming back from one of the encampments, I basically got arrested on some trumped up charges. And that was a charge of, they said I had a gun underneath my seat and loaded. And anyway, you know, it was a long story short. We beat the charge because it was obviously a trumped up thing. It was false, blah, 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 blah.
Altogether?
You say?
How long did the trial last?
It was from somewhere around, I want to say June of 2007.
Okay.
2007, I want to say, up until 2008. It was somewhere in there. So, you know, with that, we beat the charge. And as I was on the witness stand, actually, I said, never again will I be in a place where some racist white whoever is going to decide that I'm not going to see my family for the next 10 years. So, you know, I decided to work 18 jobs. Literally, I counted the jobs that I was teaching. I mentioned some of them, but in addition to that, I was doing like graphic design, web hosting, web design, just, you know, everything you can imagine. And it was at that time that I found out that Jamaicans have a lot of jobs, because when I started listing all the jobs that I was doing, people say, what are you, Jamaican? So I was like, well, I guess something. So anyway, long story short, we repatriated on September 6th of 2008. My oldest daughter, Amma, was exactly 9 months. She was born on January 6th. This was September 6th. And I decided on Ghana because I was looking at all the places where I speak the language. So I was looking at Ghana, Nigeria, because of course that's Yoruba, Wolof, that's Senegal, and the Gambia, mainly University of Mamse Anta Diop. I was considering University of Dar es Salaam because of the Kiswahili. I was also considering Congo, but I didn't narrow down a university there. But yeah, that question.
Doug, why did you pick Nigeria? People want to know.
Yeah. You know what? Interestingly, it was because the thing that tipped the scales was because I did a year of study abroad here in Ghana, and I already knew the professors in the linguistics department, and I was doing my PhD in linguistics. Though my advanced Yoruba study at Ibadan was with Ojogbon Olabode, and I really wasn't. It wasn't like
He passed
I'm
away.
thinking. Yes, he's passed away. Ologbe. So that was really the thing, is that I had a longer time here, and then also I knew the professors in the linguistics department. So that was essentially it. As a matter of fact, my first Chi teacher. So all of these are pictures at earlier stages.
You might have to reshare the thing, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my first Chi teacher was actually the department head at that time. So that was the main thing. But like I would say, because those are my best two languages, University of Ghana and University of Ibadan were kind of neck and neck. But that's what these are the mud blocks that you see.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's the front door now. So it's all types of creation stories all put together. So one from Ninnefer, one from Ilnu, one from Khumnu, and then one from Waset. This is my view. This is the west side.
This is the west side. This is in how far from Accra are you again?
This is Ekwepim Mampong. So from the university, it's a good 45-minute drive on a good day without traffic. Let's say anywhere 45 minutes to an hour. This is Abibitumi here in the car in the Kantanka. Represent.
Yes. And okay, so the university is what? Legon, right? And
Legon, yeah, University of Ghana, Legon. So this is a beautiful view at night. So you see, we have this set up so the track lighting comes up here and then illuminates Heru at night. You see the star here in the back. So it's just a really beautiful shot.
That's beautiful.
Actually, I wish I probably do have it, but images where I have all the lights on outside is really amazing. And this is like I would say on the west side view, where you see right. It actually reminds me a bit because there's like a kind of divot in the mountains. It reminds me of Akhenaten, not Akhenaten, but the city he founded, because there's like a place in the cliffs where the sun sets, where it's kind of like in between. This mountain range that's over, to the side. So there's a specific point in the year where it looks very similar to that.
So Doc, let me one thing you haven't mentioned too much is background about how you grew up, and we won't spend too much about it, but you talked about mom, but you haven't talked about your father too much. So if you could just, as we're going through these slides, just talk a little bit about how you were raised, because that's very you didn't fall on this, you didn't stumble on this. This is part of your upbringing. So if you talk about your father, Baba, and how you were raised, just quickly before we go into presentation.
Yeah, so we actually just did a documentary that we premiered at the second historic Abibitumi Conference on Black Power. My father was the first keynote of the first day of the first historic Abibitumi Conference on Black Power. And so what can I say? And then we also unveiled a statue of him. My father, at one point in time, amongst other things, was the most hated black man in the entire United States of the murderer, which is very good company because that list includes Nana David Walker, Nana Nat Turner, Baba Omowale, Malcolm X, Nana Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Like we can go down the list of Nana Marcus Garvey. So like that's very good company to be in because our heroes are their enemies and their heroes are our enemies. But he is somebody who I always respected more than all of the people who you can name
Mm.
in terms of, speakers who are very prominent on the lecture circuit and so forth. Because, my parents, they moved out of New York, where you can go to 1,000 lectures about how we need to get free. And they moved to North Carolina to build their own log cabin in the woods, right? And basically, the idea is that nobody in New York can actually do anything that they're talking about if they're talking about we need to get free, because all of them are paying rent. All of them are, if they're not paying rent, they're paying a water bill, they're paying a light bill, they're going grocery shopping. They're basically, and on the subway, they're basically entirely dependent on the exact same enemies that they say we're fighting against. But my parents were like, we're not just going to talk about it, we're going to be about it. So they were out there for 18 months building a log cabin with chainsaws out there in the, rain at night, on on ladders with roofing shingles and all this, while we were in a house that's probably no bigger than the room I'm in right now. That was, all five of us. Um, so yeah, um, we grew up with our own water supply because my parents, dug their own well. We grew up with, a garden that we grew our own food in. We grew up with, just just a very rural lifestyle. So that was that. And my parents' idea was that they're going to move to the South, which is where my mother's side was enslaved, then to the Caribbean, which is where my father's side is enslaved, and then come back to the continent. So it eventually came full circle because I assisted both my parents in repatriating. But my father had Blacknificent books. He coined that term, Blacknificent, in the Benu Cultural Center. So growing up, I grew up around a lot of the people from Nana Kwame Ture to, like I mentioned, Nana Khalid Abdul Muhammad, to you name it. Everybody came through. Nana Yosef Ben Yakanin. So all of these people came through, and I just grew up kind of thinking like it's normal to have all these very, prominent people just staying at our house and just having conversations and this type of thing. Um, but my father's transition was very difficult because on the entire planet, he's the only person who I would say has an ideology exactly like mine, like as close to mine as humanly possible without us being the same person. Um, there are others who are close, very close, but like my outlook in terms of my understanding of what it is that we need to do for Black liberation, who the enemy is, like all of those things come from my father. That's Nana Kamau Rashidi Kambon. So, like I said, we did the documentary for him. We did a statue unveiling for him, and the entire conference was dedicated to him. Um, and we're relaunching Blacknificent Books and More as a publishing house here. So this book that I'm working on called The Construction of Black Civilization. For a while, the working title, I started researching it in 2015. For a while, the working title was The Classical Kemetyu Origins of Pan-Afrikanism. But recently, and this is kind of a shout out to Nana Chancellor Williams, he has The Destruction of Black Civilization. This is called The Construction of Black Civilization, Volume 1. And Volume 2, so Volume 1 is, let's say, more or less 5,400 BCE, all the way up to like 1,500 BCE. And Volume 2 is going to be called, Construction of Civilization, Volume 2. Or I'm looking at also the Destruction of Black Civilization, Volume 2, where it becomes a Volume 2 both for my book, but then also a Volume 2 for Nana Chancellor Williams' book. So yeah, I'm working on that actively right now. Matter of fact, this month I hope to have it finished. People have been asking me for like the last couple of years, and I was basically done with it 2 years ago, but just kind of put it on the shelf. But with me relaunching Blacknificent Books as a publishing house, it kind of lit a fire under me to get this out there. Um, and if you see the screen still, you see that the lights also have 8 projections on them. I talked about the significance of the 8. So these are hanging lights, and there are 8, projections from them. There are lights on the wall, and there are 8 projections from them. So, my mother was like, "Don't you think you're kind of overdoing it with this 8?" I was like, "Hey, man, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. So let's let's get in. So these are like, of course, much earlier stages. This is the cistern, the water cistern that holds both the water
Sorry,
catchment system and the borehole.
you share again. I put a picture of Baba Kambon quickly, and it's
Okay.
every time it needs to be shared. But before you do
No
that,
problem. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask you the. Oh, sorry. Share it again, please. I don't think I. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me come back. Here we go. Yeah. So these are like just various stages of completion. Here you see that it's about 8, but you see the 4 sides.
Sorry, reshare it one more time, please.
Okay, let me stop and restart. Entire screen, click it, share.
Here we go. Okay.
All right. Can you see it?
Yep. All good.
Yeah. So like this has 4 sides. You can distinguish that, but then on the top of the ceiling, there's some that mirrors that exactly. So again, the idea is as above, so below, which is also the name of my daughter. Here they call Bisap so below. That's what it's called here, and I think it actually comes from Hausa. But yeah, so we call her drink as above, so below. So there are 4 on the bottom and then 4 on the top. So that's the idea. This is when the doors. So these are the internal doors inside the house. So you have Amen on one side, Amenet on this side, Noon on this side, Naonet on this side, Keko on one side, Keket on the other side, He on one side, Hehet on the other side. So again, masculine, feminine complementarity. So as you can see, a lot of thought kind of went into what it is that we're doing. This is again an early stage of construction. This has even been covered over. That was like a system we were using earlier on. That's my view.
That view, my God.
Yeah,
view.
yeah.
That view is not funny.
This is to live for.
That view is not funny. Look, I'm looking forward to coming. I mean, I was hoping.
That's the red, black, and green flags you were talking about. So people who are interested, that's a kantanka.
Is that yours or your mom's? That's your mother's.
This is mine. No, this is mine. So the truck is
that's
mine.
yours. Okay.
My mother is this is smaller. It's called K71. So it's like a mini SUV.
Okay. Okay. So Doc, let's do this. Look at Kweku.
Yeah,
with something in his mouth.
Yeah. So not only do you and I look alike, our sons look alike, especially Izuba and Kweku. So like anytime I see Izuba, I'm like, why did you kidnap my son Kweku?
And they both have the same. They both have the same mentality as well.
Oh my goodness!
Not destruct. Let me not say destructive, but they both have that.
We just need to put them on target and then let them fly. Let them know.
But Doc has a whole football team in his house. You know, I'm not talking soccer. I'm talking American football team. So Doc, let's do this. Let's. The topic, guys, is back to Africa. So let's if once we go through these pictures of the house, and by the way, I don't know if you're reading the comments, Doc. We have commendations. Condolences to Baba Kambon, Abibitumi. You know, people. You know, I think a lot of people here really appreciate this. Again, the Abibitumi Conference will be next September, right? Next September.
Yeah, this is a soursop. I'm seeing this, like we just had some soursop from this plant, and it's like, you know, huge now. So I'm just like, yeah, that's when we just went. That's the purple sugar cane. So yeah, we actually put a poll up on Abibitumi. We're looking to host the 3rd Blacknificent Conference on Black Power, most likely in December, and that takes us away from the rainy season and, you know, just some of those
December
types of challenges.
Next year. Next
yeah, 2025.
Okay.
So people are either early December or late December. So we're trying to just kind of get a feel of what works best for people. So yeah, December. And this is what I was talking about with the serpent with the tail in its mouth and then the spiral.
Just Doc, I've talked about the serpent in my documentaries and stuff, but just for explain the significance of the serpent, please.
Right. So as I mentioned, you have Dambala, also you have Da Aido Hedo, you have Mehen, and these are concepts that you find, you know, most prominently, not exclusively, but most prominently in the form of the serpent in classical Kemet, and then also in contemporary what's now Benin, the country of Benin. Um, but the idea is that the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning. And that's the concept that you find in classical Kemet. That's the exact same concept that you find in places like Benin. And like even amongst the Akan, so the first day of the week is Kwaziada and the last day of the week is Kwaziada. And it's, looped like that, right? So it's not like, okay, there are only 7 days in the week. They have the 8. So that's another, 8. So there are 8 days in the week. But that Kwaziada, that Sunday, is both the first day of this week and it's the last day of last week. So it loops over like that. So that's, essentially it. And then if you go into the creation story, it talks about, how in the beginning you had Da Edo Hedo, who, formed a coil and started that, spiraling motion, which is, similar to like the Dogon. They talk about how Ama came out of this original seed or egg in a spiral motion, and how because of that, everything that continues in that spiral motion is imitating the act of Ama coming out of that original form of creation. You have a similar thing in Capoeira. So if you go to Angola, they have this concept of, and I actually came across this in a book called Fighting for Honor, that actual healers will do the move that in Capoeira they call Habu Jihaya, which is like you put both hands on the ground and then you make a spiral with one, leg over the body of someone who's sick, and that's seen as having healing properties because of that spiral motion. So that's just, like a little bit of that. We can go deeper into, any of these topics. But really, for those who want to go deeper, I have 14 classes. So I taught this course called Foundations. At that time, I called it Foundations of African Thought at the University of Ghana, where I go into those. This is like the Bogolan. So you saw in an earlier picture, there's a Bogolan workshop that we did. So we had that same thing around all of the doors. You can see it just being kind of etched out here. Actually, this is the room I'm in now. These are that I've made out of dinya wood. So as much as possible, we wanted to keep, things made out of natural materials, stone, wood. That's bamboo here in the back. Actually, redid a portion of that recently. That's the mud brick. Yeah, but I don't want to bore your people. So this is Dikenga. Actually, I do. So this is Dikenga. So this is the circle that you find. So basically the idea, and I actually had one of my students who wanted to do his PhD thesis on this, but he got funding from whoever, and they didn't want it to be this. But this is a dining area. And the idea is that the food that's in the center that we all eat from the same bowl, that is like the sun, and we're like the planets. So the sun gives life, and we're like the planets where the life is radiating out to all of us. And this circle you see here, it represents Dikenga, which is what I mentioned before. So you have Kala, Tukula, Luvemba, and Musoni, and then back to Kala. Not necessarily in that order. We actually start at Luvemba, which is the sunset, because that's the idea of the snake with its tail in its mouth, is that the end is the beginning. The end of one cycle is the beginning of another cycle, and, vice versa, or Chespeher, as we would say in classical Kemet. But for people, like, sometimes you got to explain that, because people would think that you would start at conception or you would start at birth, but actually you start at sunset. And that's the idea of the snake with its tail in its mouth, which is interesting because, so that's Luvemba, sunset. And in classical Kemet, Atum represented the sun at sunset. And Atum's name means like to cease, to end, to halt, like to bring to an end. But that's the creator divinity. You see, so it's like the one whose name is like to stop is the one who is responsible for things starting in that sense. So you see again the middle nature here. This is, Neturette. So the bottom floor has the Khamnu Neteru, and then the top floors have the Ilnu Neteru, which again, you have Atum, who's representing the center. And you have the 8 who came from Atum.
And how many carpenters or how many people did you get to design these different things? Because they look like they weren't done by the same person.
Yeah, they weren't done by the same person. Too many to count. But I put Ajawuku in charge of the doors. Let me
Okay.
stop sharing. I put him in charge of the doors, and we just had like an auction where we have these beautiful masks. I see Mama Zina and Ajua is on.
Mm-hmm.
She actually bought some masks last year from him that are part of her heirlooms.
Okay.
He to me is like the best carver in Ghana, right?
Mm.
They say if you haven't traveled, then you say your mother's soup is the best. But I've traveled and I'm still like, this is the best this is the best carver in
Mm.
Ghana.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, so we had, different people. So we had carpenters, and the idea is that the entire space should be entirely made by Black people. There should not, even this space as it is now. So Abibitumi.com started off as a website where no non-Black people are allowed to come to the website. So now that it's a physical institution, it's the exact same thing. So basically, it's sort of like the Men Nefer creation story, where it goes into how Ptah started off from the heart, and then from the heart to the tongue, and then from the tongue to bring things into being. That it's basically the idea, the concept was abibitumi.com as originally a language teaching institution of Chi Yoruba Wolof Medunecha, and then from there actually bringing that into physical reality is you have, well, I don't know if everybody knows this. So you have Sia, which is exceptional insight. You have Hu, which is authoritative utterance. You have Heka, which is the power to bring things into being. So like you work the thought in your heart, and then once you articulate it, now you're able to bring it into being. And it's thought that all creation, follows those stages from thought to articulation to bringing it into being. So yeah, that's it now. So we had the first, interestingly, at the first conference, it was actually a Rasta guy. He tried to bring his white Becky into the conference because he thought that
Oh,
this
he,
must be.
he he came all the way to.
He was like, I think this is like everybody else who says that they're Pan African and Black Power. So here's Becky Sue to come and enjoy the festivities.
Was
So
she
the
wearing Ankara? What was she wearing?
I don't even know what Becky Sue was wearing, but I told the security that this Becky got to go. They're not allowed. And basically, this is taking you back to classical Kemet, because anytime the Amu came into the land of Black people, we drove them out. So you have literary texts that talk about that, historical texts that talk about that. So because this is Kemet, this is a land of Black people, we actually enforce it like how we did during the construction of Black civilization. The
Mm,
destruction of Black civilization is when we stopped enforcing that and actually allowed them to marry in and brought them into the royal court and all of these other types of things.
mhm,
So yeah, so that was the first day. The second day, actually, one of the performers who actually took my Medunecha study group, he said, "Oh, I'm coming from Kumasi. Yeah, I got people who are with a show with me, so we're all coming." So this is the concert that he's coming for, and he brings two bottom shelf Becky's with him. They had like, it sounded like a German
bottom shelf.
bottom shelf Becky. They have, it sounded like, I have a hard time distinguishing between like a German accent or Dutch accent. We didn't talk long enough. I was like, oh, that's definitely Dutch. But I physically had to, I saw them come in, and it was during a shift of the guard, so the security, and it was a torrential downpour, so we had to move the concert indoors. So one security team was going, and they got caught in the mud, and another one was coming. So now I have to be the security.
Mm,
So I actually have to stand there and say, "This is the land of Black people. You are not allowed to set foot on this sacred land. You have to go." And they wanted to say something, and I told them in no uncertain terms that if they wanted to stay alive, something along those lines, that they need to vacate the premises of my face immediately. And they realized that this is someone different.
yeah.
And they made their exit very, very, very quickly because and it was interesting. Let me not go into all of that.
No, 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 no. I'm
I
curious.
won't go into I won't go into all of that. But they made the correct decision for all of the bottom shelf Becky's out there. to do that, and actually had very strong words for my Medu Neter student. He was in the study group. I'm thinking he gets it, whatever he wears, Bogolan and whatever, but he really did not understand what was going on. I said, we are restoring Kemet. We are restoring the land of Black people, and there are certain things that come along with that we're not joking, we're not playing, that, essentially anywhere you see the red, black, and green flag should be the land of Black people. It should be sacred soil. And essentially, this is what classical Kemet was all about. You have people, when they talk about Kemet, and that was the documentary that we were going to work on, but they would not approve my visa with my Ghana passport.
Let's quickly tell them the story. Finish what you're saying, and then we have to tell them the story now.
Oh my goodness, was it 3 plane tickets that you bought for me to go there? And so, they didn't reject the visa. They didn't deny the visa. They just never said anything. Because I'm sure they looked me up.
Look. So Doc and I were supposed to go shoot this stuff. We've been talking about it for some years. Finally get some investment. And then 2021 was COVID, right? I think that was a COVID year. So we said we're gonna go. Doc doesn't have any other passport at that point except his Ghanaian passport.
Yeah.
So
done with United Snakes passport.
And he's been to Kemet before, right? He's been in the past, no problem. But obviously, as the years have gone on, it's become more, So we said, okay, I think we gave it like 2 months. Okay, 2 months. We did all the documents, applied for the visa for the embassy. Then we didn't hear anything we didn't hear anything, I think.
As it stands now, I still haven't heard anything.
But didn't you even go to you went to African Studies, Institute of African Studies, asked somebody I think you got them to give you a letter, right?
Yeah.
So you would have thought they will fast track the application.
They said this guy is. So this is the thing. Everybody gets visas because they're talking about spirituality and the natural. They're talking about past glory. But they're not talking about the actual texts in Medu Neter that talk about keep these sand-faring Bedouins out and crush them if they come in. Like I'm literally reading from text after text after text after text about how, you have 3 levels of Ma'at, and this is, articulated by Obinfo Theophile Obenga. So you have on the cosmic level, that's the movements of the planetary bodies, all of these types of things. Then you have the socio-political level. And essentially the ruler is just like how everything is in harmony and alignment on the cosmic level. It's the role of the ruler to make sure that on the socio-political level, everything is in alignment with Ma'at. And then you have the individual level, which is usually the only thing that people talk about, which is the 42 declarations. Me personally, I'm, spiritually aligned in Ma'at, so forth. So they'll talk about, the 7 cardinal virtues of the 42, quote unquote, negative confessions or declarations of innocence, depending on what term you choose. But yeah, so what's different about my research of classical Kemet is that's the book that I'm working on is literally text after text after text, literary text, historical text, so forth and so on, about driving the Amu out of the land of Black people. It's interesting, when we were talking about the documentary. So this is Kemet, right? So you ended up having to do it yourself because they won't let Obinfo into occupied Kemet.
And to be clear, we tried in 2021, then we tried again 2022.
Another ticket. So this man is buying tickets, and the money is just burning.
Yeah, and
because they even reject it, they just won't say anything.
But the second time around, I think you reapplied. You didn't hear back from them the second time either.
I haven't heard back from them anytime. As I sit here in so-called 2024, they have never rejected it. They haven't accepted it. They're just like,
man, they good.
But if I was talking about what most people talk about with Kemet, we had past glory, and one day we shall overcome. Like, if I was starting, and I'm not to despair, like a lot of people have been doing, good work, but this is the work that they really fear, because this is the intellectual basis for the reconquest of the land of Black people. This is the intellectual basis for the reconquest of the land of Black people, and that is very scary
Yeah.
to certain folks,
But
because
but we'll
a lot of people.
yeah, no. I was no. Finish what you're saying. It's okay.
So because a lot of people operate on this basically like almost Santa Claus like myth that we started calling ourselves Black people after Bacon's rebellion, and then white people started calling themselves white people, and then we started calling ourselves Black people in reaction to that. But you can go all the way back to uh, Imahu Sabi Kim. So this is under Sarah Jedkari Isesi in what they refer to as the Old Kingdom, and he sends on an expedition to the Sinai a man named Sabi Kim, and the Kim is Black. You have the pyramid text. This is the oldest spiritual compendium of text where it talks about you stand in the forefront of the Kemetyu, the Black people, at like the Apis bull, which is a black bull, depicted as Black as well. You have texts about Hepi Kim, Henanit Kim. So both collectively we're calling ourselves Black people, individually we're calling ourselves Black people. You have the male calling Kim, the female Kemet, which is also a by name of Aset when they talk about Asar and Aset. So you have all these texts that talk about Black, and then after this, you have the intermediate period where you find the rise of us referring to the land itself as the land of Black people. So we were already calling individually and collectively calling ourselves Black people, but now we're also referring to the land. And it could have even been before that, but it's just a paucity of documents, that there may be documents even older than that. But you find like in a text like Smia Sachetipen, which is they call it the eloquent peasant. That's what most people, if you search it, you'll find it like this. But he says, "Oh, I'm coming from the salt plains, and I'm going down into Kemet." Right? That's again the land of Black people, written the exact same way, and that's interestingly the origin of the word chemistry, and it's depicted as a burnt piece of charcoal. Now, this is an interesting piece of trivia. Like we haven't even gone into my presentation today. So an interesting piece of trivia is that throughout space and time, you find that the name for us that we call ourselves. So an exonym is what other people call you, and that's like African, right? Or Nigerian. So other people give you a name and you just kind of roll with it, right? But an endonym is like what we call ourselves. Now you'll find throughout space and time that what we call ourselves is very much related to the word for charcoal, which is also very much related to the word for Blackness. So in classical Kemet, the Kim is written as a burnt piece of charcoal, right? And then individually we call ourselves Kim as males, Kemet as females, Kemetyu plural as a Nesby, kind of works like an adjective, Kemeti. It's sort of like when they say Pakistani or something like that. It works a similar type of way. So you have that, but then also in Chi, this is spoken in Ghana, you have the word for Black people, right? They would translate as quote unquote African, but African doesn't mean anything. But you say Obibini, Abibifo, so forth. This is actually in my presentation, so maybe we should hold off and I can just show it.
Yeah.
The presentation.
Yeah, and look, let me just say this: the what we would have been able to do if Doc was able to be there, and I'm not disparaging what I did. I had to do what I had to do, but what we would have been able to do would have really, I think, changed the landscape of this whole concept, because it would have really gone to the heart of what Doc is talking about. And Doc, we're still going to do it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We're going to do it. We'll still do it in the fullness of time. I think.
We'll sneak in through Sudanese, but
I don't
let
know
me not
how
say.
we'll do it, but you
Let
go
me
through
not say how
Sudan.
we'll do it.
You go through Sudan if they allow you into Sudan. We
Yeah.
go north through.
It's a lot of heat going on in Sudan right now, so we'll see how that even shakes
Perfect
out.
for you. Perfect for you.
Right.
You remember I was trying to get this guy's Eubank, one of the Eubank's sons, the one who passed away. So he was helping me because the whole thing we would have done in Sudan as well. But anyway, that's fine. So Doc, let's do this. So the topic is back to Africa. Let's go into your presentation now, so that we can. And while you're setting things up, a couple of questions. Which as you're setting up, I'll just put the questions out there for you. So
And this is a link to the presentation for anyone who is interested. This is the presentation I'm about to go through. So I won't go through everything, but anyone who wants everything is like 92 slides. So if I go through everything, it's like an entire university class,
So
basically.
let me put that in the chat, and then uh, you're gonna share your screen, right? But
Yeah. Let
okay.
me go ahead.
So just a couple of questions here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, how can we get Ma'at in the court system and the government structure? That's from Ikan Fire.
Whose court system or government structure?
I assume he means in let's just take
Here.
Ghana, for example, or the so-called land of black, anywhere across the land of black people. So I suppose
Yeah.
because what we talked about a lot yesterday is first of all getting on the same page, having the scientific ethos that we've
Mm-hmm.
spoken about with Chinwezu, which is
Nothing Weasel.
everybody looking at it from everybody having the same eyes. So
Mm-hmm.
let's just assume we start with Ghana.
And he's asking, how do we do that?
Yeah, I think it's quite a
So,
generic
so
statement.
you know, Ghana is operating on the British common law, system. You have a better bet in the what's referred to as a traditional rulership structure as I am forced, so I'm installed as Ohene.
Mhm.
Um, that's definitely your best bet because they still wear the white wigs and all this type of things in the British system. So they're nowhere close. There's I say British in the brutish system.
British.
They're as far away from Ma'at as you can possibly get.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, that one's a no go. And basically the answer to any question like that is Abibitumi. That is Black Power. It is in pulling together the power to make that happen. So things happen because people have the power to make something happen or not make something happen. So there's power on various levels. And for those who are interested, you can look up a book called Blueprint for Black Power by Nana Amos Wilson. He talks about the different levels of power. You have power as force, which is the lowest level, as coercion, as influence, as competent and legitimate authority, as manipulation. So, basically it requires power on at least one of those levels, if not multiple levels, in order to cause something to happen, to have the ability to make things happen. So that's a very short answer just because I want to, get straight to the presentation
Okay.
because it's 10 p.m. here. It's what, where are you? 11? It's 11 where you are?
11, 12 in Nigeria and UK. All
Yeah.
right.
But we
Okay.
can probably have a deeper conversation about, how Ma'at can be restored. But the first thing about the restoration of Ma'at, if you want to look at the prophecy of Nefertiti,
Mm-hmm.
it says that these Amu, that's what they called Eurasians, will fall to the flame. The Chemhu, which are the Amu who have already set up basically in the Western Desert, will fall to the flame. And then Ma'at will return to her seat while Isfet is driven away. So essentially, it requires an expulsion of these non-black people from the land of black people before that's the prerequisite before Ma'at can return to her seat while Isfet is driven away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Okay.
yeah, this is a talk that I gave some time ago called Conceptual Repatriation, quote unquote, back to Africa versus Ir Nka Ut or Kemet, make your return to the land of black people. And that's me there in occupied Kemet. So I'll deal with the significance of names, Africa etymology versus Kemet etymology, quote unquote, back to Africa, Ir Nka Ut or Kemet from Imahu Sanhat, the import of using Africa versus Kemet historical precedents, and then implications in terms of who the land belongs to and what should be done about non-Kemetyu, that's to say non-blacks in the land of black people. And we actually have a lot of historical precedents in terms of what should be done when non-black people come into the land of black people.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a proverb in Kiswahili that I like to cite, ukirithi jina rithi na mambo yake, which is one who inherits a name must also adopt its affairs. And we often think about it on the individual level that if my name is, for example, Obadele, so Obadele translates to the king arrives at the house, that it's expected that I'll comport myself in a way that's not like, I don't know, a crackhead or whatever. So it's like your name,
Mm-hmm.
it directs you, it defines you, it delineates a path for you, it does all of these various things for you. And we talk about that on an individual level, but that also holds on a collective level. And the fact that we call ourselves black people, like you don't understand anything about the history of Kemet unless you understand why we call ourselves Black people, the context and all of that. And that actually explains everything in relation to what we did with other Black people who didn't define themselves as such. They qualified typically, but didn't define themselves as such, with those who are not Black. And mind you, we didn't call non-Black people white. We said that they're foreigners, right? So we called ourselves Black, but we called them foreigners, which is where the Amu comes from, as the throw stick, which is also used as a determinative for a foreign, anyone who's foreign. Mag un an rinka or nahe utnecha. So it says, check it out, right? It's a lo or behold or something like this, but it's like, check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Exists rinka, your name, or nahe, which is like forever or for eternity. Hutnecha, which is in the enclosure of the necha. So it's like, look, your name will exist forever in the enclosure of the necha because it's like been carved in. So it's like going into the significance of names. And I was thinking about it yesterday, the parts of you that exist forever without changing. One of the things that exists is, one, your kra, which is like your ka of classical Kemet. So you'll have like offerings ka and like for the ka of so and so, right? But then also your ring, that's your name. So ring in classical Kemet, in is like din in chi, right? Which is also the word for name. So this is just a quick write-up about the significance of names on an individual level. So senya yedewoto temamuhuno a womo brapabia na yedewoto koya aye mpa ofie dano sanso na say yedewoto efri a brebia na sade di wanim. So just as one leads an unproductive life if one is named sit in the country, do nothing, or one's life is riddled with deaths, funerals, if one is named she went to a funeral, so does one have good luck and abundance if one is named he came at a good time. That's a book called African Anthroponymy by my Wofa. That's my maternal uncle. Not biologically, but I have him like that. Names have an influence on one's life path or destination. So in Yoruba, there's this concept of orukon runi. So the name is having a deep psychological influence on the person. So you find this in the proverb orukon runi, akwejan runi. So one's name is one's name affects one's character. One's war name determines how one behaves. So where we come to the name Africa, right? So etymology. There are a lot of contested etymologies. I know of at least 10, 11, or 12 etymologies that are proposed for it. And the Romans themselves are not, clear on where it ultimately comes from. So it says adjective Africus from Afur, an African, a word of uncertain origin. The Latin word originally was used only in reference to the region around modern Tunisia. It gradually was extended to the whole continent. That's what's called pars pro toto or synecdoche. Derivation from Phoenician cognitive Arabic, afar, dust is tempting. Middle English word is Afrique. So this is just that thin strip of land. So after they conquered Carthage, Cartadas, they decided to call their conquered territory Provincia Africa Proconsularis. But then because they didn't know really where it ends, they just started, referring to more and more extensive land as such. So you find basically the rise of this somewhere around 146 BCE. That's what I mentioned, it's synecdoche or pars pro toto. What that means is that a small sliver comes to be identified with a much larger thing than what it originally referred to. So the exact origins of the word Africa are contentious, but there is much about the history that is known. We know that the word Africa was first used by the Romans to describe that part of the Carthaginian Empire, which lies in present-day Tunisia. When the Romans conquered Carthage in the 2nd century BCE, giving them jurisdiction over most of quote-unquote North Africa, they divided North Africa into multiple provinces. Amongst these were Africa Proconsularis, that's what we're talking about, Africa Novo, much of present-day Algeria, also called Numidia. So this is a world map from 1544 showing that only a small portion of North Africa is marked as Africa, right? You see that? So all historians agree that it was the Roman use of the term Africa for parts of Tunisia and northern Algeria, which ultimately, almost 2,000 years later, gave the continent its name. There is, however, no consensus among scholars as to why the Romans decided to call these provinces Africa. So a few of the theories are coming from Berber people, which the Romans variously named Afri, Afar, and Ifir. Some people believe Africa is a contraction of Africa Terra, meaning the land of the Afri, which is the land of those Berber people. There is, however, no evidence in primary sources that the term Africa Terra was used to describe the region, nor is there direct evidence that it came from Afri. And you find this Ika. So some people say, oh, well, it's an indigenous term, whatever. But it's very clear of how the Romans named things, and that even relates to how the British named things. So when you say like Britannica, right, Africa, Antarctica, America, like that's a very Greco-Roman thing to do, right? So like we're not naming things in line with how, Greeks and Romans name things. Um, so Leo Africanus, who had traveled, suggested the name Africa was derived from the Greek word Afrike, meaning without cold or without horror. Suggested that the Romans, other historians suggested that the Romans have it from the Latin word for sunny or hot, namely Aprica. Where exactly the Romans got the name Africa is still in dispute. For most of the history, the Roman word Africa was not used to describe the continent as a whole. You find terms like Libya used for it. That's coming from the Rebu group of classical Kemet. They would refer to those in the Western desert as the Rebu. And, you have wars that are fought against them. Ethiopia, which is, again, Greek, coming from the land of burnt faces. Ethiops, when you say optical illusion, optics, is coming for the eyes, and then by extension, the face. You have a lot of languages that have the word for eye related to the word for face. Like even akan, ani is a word for eye, anim, like in the eye is a word for face. Oju is both eye and face in Yoruba, so that's a very common thing. Sudan, that one is coming from the Arabs who referred to the land as Bilad as-Sudan, land of the blacks. Guinea, being by far the most common names used. So even when they say Guinea, they'll say West Papua New Guinea. So anywhere they find black people, they're calling it Guinea as well. Right. European cartographers, and we'll go into this Europe thing, which is also a fake thing because there's no continent called Europe. It's all one landmass, Ta'in Amu, the land of the foreigners. So in contemporary times, we can refer to that entire landmass as Eurasia. Who tended to privilege Latinate derivations above others, prefer Roman terms for the region, using the word Africa to designate the northern landmass rather than the Greek term Libya, although Libya was still used by many. During the Middle Ages, Christian cartographers adopted the Greek division of the world into three greater regions surrounding the Aegean Sea. Now, this is interesting because basically they looked at the Aegean Sea as a center of the world. And this is when people talk about Western thought, Western this and Western that. It's basically a Greco-Roman worldview because, again, Eurasia is one thing. You can walk from Spain all the way to China, right? You can walk there. But if you're in like a little Greco-Roman bubble, then you're looking at the Aegean Sea as a center, and to the west of that is Europe, and then to the east of that is Asia, right? And you have different spins on that, like the quote-unquote Holy Roman Empire as the Western, and then the Byzantine Empire as the Eastern. But all of that, anytime you talk, when people talk about, like even when Mazi Chinwezu was talking about the West and the rest of us, it's kind of coming from like this worldview that the center is the Aegean Sea, and then everything to that is the West, and then everything to the east of that is, the Occidental or Oriental or whatever. But what all of these etymologies have in common is that there are people who say, oh, it comes from Afrika, which is like the turning back of the ka. That's like the Gerald Massey thing. You have all these things, but what all of them have in common is that they don't tell you who the land belongs to or who should benefit from the land. And we did not refer to our land in this way. So it's etymologically opaque, meaning it's not clear, right? And then semantically vacuous, meaning it's empty, right? And we try to give it meaning, but, there's not much to that. But now when we look at Kemet, this is the burnt piece of charcoal we were talking about before. And you have Gardner and Faulkner who will say, oh, it's crocodile scales. But again, it's coming to the word for blackness, right?
Yeah.
So let's look at Faulkner's dictionary. This is a dictionary that I started off learning Medu Neter and still considered to be a standard. There's an updated version that's searchable as a PDF. but this is considered like the standard dictionary for quote unquote Egyptology. And then you have Water Book, which is like written in German. You have other dictionaries. But coming back here, so this is the burnt piece of charcoal. This is, the owl, which has a sound, so it's a phonetic complement. And then this is a determinative. It's actually referring to a piece of hair, but you find this in words for color to designate that we're referring to a color here, right?
Mhm.
So you have Kim. This is the word black, right?
Mhm.
Here again, we have Kim, but now we have after. So this is again the owl. Here you have a half loaf of bread. So this is the this is the t. This is serving as a phonetic complement to the Kim here. And then this refers to locations, right? So you say noun location. That's what this is dealing with. So it could be a community, it could be a town, it could be any of those types of things. So now they're saying this is the black land. But now, lo and behold, we have the exact same black here, right? The burnt piece of charcoal. You have the t, feminine. You have man, woman, plural strokes.
Yeah, yeah.
And now they're not saying black. They're saying Egyptians, right? Look at the slight.
Around what time period is this that they were writing this, translating
So,
this?
yeah, so you find all of these texts in the early 1900s, right? So Faulkner's Dictionary, Gardner. Some of them go back into late 1800s, but for the most part, a lot of these texts were kind of standardized in the early 1900s, right? So here, like this, look at the gaslighting. Look at the sleight of hand here. Here, you're willing to say this is black. Here, even still, you're willing to say this is black, but here you have literally black, man, woman, plural, and now it's Egyptians. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this. And here you see the papyrus, the Kahun papyrus is what they call this. So you can go and see this. So here it says, who were the black people? All of these are photographs that I took myself. Now, some of you, I'm going to point this one out specifically because a lot of you are familiar with the bust of Nefertiti, and they'll say this is the most beautiful woman. And even if you've seen that bust of Nefertiti, which is a fake one made out of what they call plaster of Paris, this one is carved in stone. Most people have never seen this bust of Nefertiti, but it's in the Egyptian Museum.
Yep.
And there's a reason why you've never seen this one. This is the authentic one carved in stone at the time, not one made out of plaster of Paris and made to look like it's an antique, right? And the the reason why you've never seen this one is because look at her nose, look at her lips. Look at all of her features. This is the reason why you've never seen the real bust of Nefertiti, right? And black people can't even get to this, right? This is, you got to go through glass to get to this. But all of you have seen the fake bust of made out of plaster of Paris, but you've never seen the stone one. Because if you ever see actual photographs of Kemet, it becomes clear why we called ourselves black people. This one looks like Kala. Doesn't this look like my wife? You know my wife. So doesn't this look, it looks just like Kala.
Definitely.
So there's a reason why you only see cartoons, right? Prince of Egypt and Gods of Egypt. They will never show you these photographs.
No.
So that's why I have to come here and show you the photographs, because you'll see us with our locks. You'll see us, this looks like me and my brothers about to go and do some capoeira somewhere. Like all of these, it becomes very apparent why we called ourselves black people, because here, and this is Amen. So for those of you who've been wondering why your prayers are working, it's because you're closing out your prayers with Amen. This is Sarah Jehuti Mess, who, well, I won't go into that. That's the book.
Yeah.
So this is Mam Sekhan the Job. He says the Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves. Kemet, the Negroes, literally, this is the strongest term existing in the Pharaonic tongue to indicate blackness. So this is specific to the people of Kemet. You have other terms like Remech, which could be mankind or humankind. You have other terms that are used, for other things that are more semantically broad or more semantically narrow, because you can have people inside of Kemet who would refer to themselves as, whatever. But this is referring to Kemet, also known as Kemetyu, which is interestingly the name of his documentary. So we'll go through that. The other term, which I mentioned could be more semantically broad, is Remech. And you find this here. This is in tomb KB11. This is the tomb of Ramesses Heka Unu, who they call Ramesses III. And it's interesting, the gaslighting. So the Egyptologists will mislabel the black skin group as Nubians, even though it says, Remech. This is referring to the Kemetyu, the Egyptians, quote unquote. It's clear that Hornung. So this is from Obinfo Manu Ampim, Very good article for those who are interested. manuampim.com/Ramesses3HTM. So Yurko also does the same thing. So even though it's very clearly depicting the black people, they'll say, "Oh, this is Nubians. These are the Amu as they're depicted. These are, so, as they were referred to as the quote unquote Libyans, the Chimhu." So I mentioned this is over 4,300 years ago. This is in the pyramid text of Sarah Pepi. This is Nesu Biti, Ra Pepi, Sarah Pepi. So here, and then also you have Nesu Biti, Nefer Ka Ra, Sarah Pepi. So again, you're talking about a good 4,200, 4,300 years ago. And it says, Aha ka khanti Kemetyu epu is. So it says, you stand in front of the Kemetyu, the exact same piece of charcoal. And the tew bird is usually used for human beings. So it's like how the Yoruba will use ama, right?
Oh, okay,
Or
okay.
how the Akan people will use for. So Abibi for, Abura for, whatever. So you found this two used for people, and then you found this used as a locative. So later on, you'll have one word for Kemetyu and another word referring to the land. But it's interesting, like in these earlier ones, it combines the two, that we're talking about both the black people and the black land, the land of black people, literally. Now, according to J.P. Allen, in the ancient Egyptian pyramid text, he says, the term for cultivable soil along the banks of the Nile and in the delta where most of Egypt's population live, hence name for Egypt itself. So this is a fraud that they try to do, and this is actually a screenshot of the text where you can find it. So that's Seche. You can actually read this. It's written in German for those who can read German. But that's Sarah Pepi here, looking like any other black guy. And then this is the black Apis bull. And I'll come back to that point about the soil as they try to do this fraud. And then this is the same thing. So you see this as a locative village with crossroads. As black people, we lay out a lot of our towns. So Waset, Kemet, literally the black land, so forth and so on. But what's interesting that even if they try to say, oh, it's only referring to the land, you have Kim, black, as an adjective for individuals, or I should say a modifier is a better term. So Khanti, Khatimti, Biti, Samir Wati, Khari Habet, Imi Hamu Necher, Imi Shamal Ma'a, Pepi N'ach, Rin F Nefer, Happy Kem. So it says, Mayor, seal bearer of the ruler of Lower Kemet, unique companion, carrier of the ritual book, overseer of the servants of the Necher, the true overseer of Upper Kemet, Niang Pepi, his good name, Happy Kem, Happy the black. And here you see it, and it's a line drawing. And then we come here to Henanit. So, Sa-F, Mary F, Hasi-F, Hatemti, BT, Samir Wati, Imi Hum Necher, Pepi Ankh, Rin F Nefer, Hanit Kem. So his son, his beloved, his praise, the seal bearer of the rule of Lower Kemet, unique companion, overseer of the servants of the Necher, Pepi Ankh, his good name, Hananit Kem. That's Hananit the black. So Happy Kem, Hananit Kem. So here you have individuals who are calling themselves Kem black. So they'll try to say, well, Kim is only referring to the soil, but all right, you have individuals who are calling themselves black.
I'm still getting.
And
yeah.
What's interesting is Coptic, which is the last stage of the spoken language as it is. You find the exact same thing in terms of both phonetic rendering and then semantic rendering. Anok Ang Al Kamet. So some people are familiar with the Song of Songs or the Song of Solomon, where they'll say, I'm black but beautiful. Don't look at me because I'm black. And they use this exact same comment. And it's actually Coptic that they use in order to find out what words sounded like. So let's say, for example, the word Hotep or Imhotep or anything like this. They're looking at Coptic in order to find out, what it actually sounded like when people are coming up with these approximations like Asar or anything else. But it says, Anok Ang Okame Ala Nashwe. I am black but beautiful. So the kame is the black, right? And you can see it written in the Coptic. You can see the interlinear translation, the glossing, and then that's the black part, right? So this is to give you a sense of how the Kem. So when people say Kem, This is Egyptological convention that anytime that the vowels aren't written, they just put a eh sound and they say Kemet, so forth and so on. But this is how you can get to, this is most likely what the vowels were. It was most likely more like Kame. And then Kamet would be there, but you find at later stages of the language that the feminine t would drop off.
Okay.
We'll come to, so I won't go through the whole presentation. You already put the link in for those who are interested. It's like 92 slides, but I'll go through some parts. So this is basically Mom Drop's melanin test where he coated mummified skin in ethyl benzoate to make it fluorescent, and then counted the melanin granules in order to show that these are Black people. But of course, that's why they're calling themselves Black people, right? So in terms of using the term Africa,
let me just quickly before you move on. You know, the term itself, is there any variation of it, or is it literally the translation is Black? It's not burnt people or brown people. It's Black specifically, right?
Black specifically,
because of
but
that.
Again,
okay.
So this is the point that I was going to bring up earlier. I can come to it now. Okay. Is that in a lot of our languages, I know of at least, let's say 3 or 4, I don't know every language, but the languages I know are like this, is that there's a relationship between charcoal, the word for Black, and what we call ourselves. So the examples would be bidie. So bidie is a word charcoal in Chi, right? So obibini, before, so the B in it, and when you say brie, it's like to blacken something, right? Brie, whatever it is. So the B in it, you still find this in the Songhai language when they talk about Wagadu, Nyani, Gao, what they call Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. That in the Songhai language, they still have this exact same word bibi, and it still means Black, right? They still have that same word in the Akan language, and the B is referring to that same burnt piece of charcoal, right? That's one. In Yoruba, edu is the word for charcoal. So when you say adulawo or in the andudu, the du is referring to Blackness, and it's also related to the word for charcoal. So anyone who speaks Yoruba will know the word edu. Kemet, right? So the kem is a burnt piece of charcoal, and then what we call ourselves individually, kem for male, kemet for female, kemetyu for plural, kemeti for the Nesbi. And then also in Kikongo, so the word kala is the word for charcoal. That's my wife's name, right? Because she's so Black, right? So kala is the word for Black. It's also the word for charcoal. It's also the word for birth, right? So the birth of the sun is associated with Blackness. That's the Black sun, right? So I already, covered this. So adopted affairs. So if we adopt the name of a conquered province, we may start behaving like a conquered province. So we're looking at China, we're looking at the United States, we're looking at all these folks who we're taking on this name of the conquered province of Rome, and we're actually behaving very much like conquered provincialists. The example I always give is when the Notre Dame Cathedral burnt down, and all these so-called rulers decided to donate money to rebuild the Notre Dame Cathedral. That's what you would expect from conquered provincialists, right? So I won't go so much into this, but it kind of goes into, once you adopt a name, then you also adopt its affairs, and we're behaving very much like we've been conquered by Rome, right? IMF, World Bank. For those who are interested, you can, see more of that. Adopting the affairs of a conquered province, the illegal fishing, the illegal logging, so forth. So if we're using this name Africa, then we're behaving like how those who gave us that exonym would expect us to behave. But when we have an endonym that we're Black people, this is the land of Black people, then what do? We drive non-Black people out of the land of Black people, right? So what do we do when we saw ourselves as Kemetyu, Black people in our land, as Kemet, the land of Black people? Irinka ut or Kemet, make your return to the land of Black people. So this is from Imahu Sanhat. So this is actually a text from my good buddy Ata Aikuyama and his collective. So it says, Irinka ut Kemet, make your return to the land of Kemet, and it goes on, and see the residence in which you grew, kiss the earth, so forth and so on. So this is actually from the book that I'm writing, that again I'm trying to finish. So this is from Imahu Weni. Oh, and this is one thing I was going to say. So, one of the recommendations I had was that we should go to the Heru Narmer palette. Actually, I'm gonna come out of the slides because this is actually a section that I'm working on right now. So I'm going to outdoor this here. So you remember we were looking at the Narmer palette, and we were looking at the chin beard, right? And you were like, only black people have chin beards like this. You remember that? Onuwara, you still with us? I'll go. Let me stop sharing and come back. Are you still with me? Onuwara. Oh, something happened to your audio. Okay, I see. So I should keep going. No problem. Let me keep going. So I'm going to start my share again. So something is up with Onuwara's audio, but he's telling me I should keep going. So I'll just give you the background. So we were working on, so the reason why I'm listed as an associate producer is that I gave Onuwara a lot of the places that we should visit. And I actually saw this in the Egyptian Museum. I was like, we should definitely cover the Narmer palette. And the Narmer palette, people usually look at this as a unification document because you see him with the white crown of Upper Kemet with the red crown of Lower Kemet. And basically what people get is that, okay, well, because he's wearing both, this means that he had authority over both Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet. But one thing that came out in our discussions is that this isn't so much a document of unification, it's a document of annihilation, because those who he's defeating, they have stringy fur, right? Let's say stringy fur and also stringy beards. So the black people who are the ones who are doing the defeating are all depicted with afros. So look at, for all of you black people who've ever been children, you know how we draw afros. And non-black people will never like even see this because they don't know how to draw afros, nor would they ever draw afro. But this is how we draw it. We draw it just like this, and then we have the dots in it, right? So anyone who's been 5, 6, or 7 and you've drawn a black person, this is how you draw black people with a little afro. And then with a chin beard, just like how we do it right now, right? And this is an image of Mesopotamia, these intertwined lions. So basically it's showing the black people have gotten these Amu under control. They're like wild, they're, fierce and vicious, but we've, tied them up. We've got them under control. So this is one such. So here you see this falcon representing the ruler who has this basically like hook, right? Like some type of fish hook looking thing through the nose of this guy whose beard is not like how we depict ourselves with the chin beard. Anyone who's been to a black barber knows what I'm talking about. Like this is depicted as straight lines, right? This is depicted as straight lines, so it's stringy fur. And anyone who is from the defeated side is either dead or being killed. So they're either dead or they're being trampled underfoot. Here, you find images of Haiti that has this exact same thing where you grab them by the fur and then you either stab them or you smite them or you do whatever. So you can't do this to black people's hair, right? You can't grab a tuft of black people's hair and do something like this. So basically that is it's a different perspective on the Narmer palette than I've seen anyone else, do. So those who are defeated are not being unified with, all of them have been beheaded and their heads are tucked between their legs. That's not a unification statement. This is, again, an image that you find in Mesopotamia. Eventually, you also find this in Kemet, but it's, this is what you see is that we've tied them up and we've brought them under control. And again, you see someone with a stringy fur and the black bull, right? The Apis bull, the Hapu, is one broken into his dwelling, his enclosure, and is trampling him underfoot. So what do we get from this? Basically, that as far back as, at least on a short chronology, 5,400 BCE, this is where the Amu, this is where the non-blacks have gotten to. And Kemet is about making a stand to prevent the Amu from coming into the land of black people. And where they've gotten to now is Sudan. That's the war in Sudan that they've, encroached. And now either, the Arabs themselves or the black people who have aligned themselves with Arabs. And we had something like that all the way back in classical Kemet. So people were like, oh, once we learn about our past glory, we won't be sellouts anymore. No, we had sellouts in classical Kemet who aligned with the Amu as well. You find that in the text of Sarah Kamos. So this is Afro and lined up chin strap beard of one of the black victors, right? This is how we do afros. And then stringy hair and stringy beard of the defeated non-black Eurasians. Black people don't have beards like this, where it's like a stringy looking thing, right? This is the section that I'm actually working on now, because initially I didn't have this as part of it, but I decided at the last minute, where I'm about to go to press, right, to add in this section to give a novel. Again, to me, I'm still doing research to find if anyone else in the literature has done the Heru Narmer palette as a palette of decimation of Amu, non-black Eurasian foreigners who are coming into the land of black people, and are given this iconographic representation. This is a jasper cylinder seal from Mesopotamia from the Uruk period, which dates from the Uruk period itself dates from 4100 BCE to 3000 BCE. But you see this like intertwined lion, they call it serpopods, right? So it's like lion serpents or leopard serpents or something along those lines. And then also these are like eagles with the head of either a lion or a leopard. And again, here you see Heru Narmer. This is a bit more detailed view, so you can see the difference between how the beards of the victorious black people who are coming from Upper Kemet, that's the south, and where the Amu had gotten to, which is Lower Kemet, and the complete decimation and destruction of the Amu as they are depicted all throughout. And again, I have a image. Do I have it in here already? No, I haven't put it in here yet, but it's an image of the Haitian Revolution that shows an image that's just like this, where you've grabbed the fur of one of the Amu, and in that image, he's about to stab him and run his, the sword through his heart. And this one, his skull is about to be crushed, right? But again, you don't do this to the hair of black people. You only can do something like this to the fur of Amu, right? And then even how it's kind of depicted like this. Like if it's like black people hair, then it would be more circular, right? This is how we do our hair, because anybody black who's on the line knows how our hair is. Even if you tried to grab it, it would kind of like if it's just a huge afro, you depict it more circularly than the stringy straight thing that, he's grabbing here. And it's almost depicted like, a trapezoid or something like this, because it's just showing that. And then again, those who have stringy fur and stringy beards are being crushed by the black bull, who's come into their settlements, crushed their settlements and crushed them under foot. So I'm going to come back. I've never shared that. I was actually waiting to share that before, when the book comes out. The book so far, I'm at 190 pages. That's before, indexes and front matter, back matter, and all that. I expect it to be well over 200 pages. But for those who are interested, it's going through text after text, right? Where it's going into the transliteration, the interlinear glossing, the translation. And I'm doing it this way so people can see what every single word is, right? So that's the native aspect, Kemet, so forth. So let's come back to here. And what made me go back there is that you have this conflict between the blacks and the foreigners going back to the very foundation of Kemet. So when we come to Imahuweni, here you're again talking about what they refer to as the Old Kingdom. I refer to this as the first black period, right? This is the period of Ma'at. So I'll go into all of that as well. So again, this is a military commander. And let's just read what he's talking about. So he says, when his servant drove away the Amu, so this is how you write Amu. This is the foreign throw stick, right? That's the Eurasian sand dwellers, Heryu Shai. His servant made an army of many tens of thousands from all of Upper Kemet, like from the extent of Abu in the south to Medinit in the north, from the land of marshes, Lower Kemet, like the extent of the two sides of the house. And these are all the black people who came together to drive out the non-black Eurasians. And from Sejer and Ken Sedru and from Irtjet Nahasyu, these are what they call Nubians. So, people try to make this thing, oh, well, the ancient Egyptians had this beef. So the first Pan-African, quote unquote, military force was all the way back here. We were driving out the non-black Amu from the land of black people. But I digress. And from Sejer and Ken Sedru, and from Irjet Nahasyu, Majat Nahasyu, Yam Nahasyu, Wawat Nahasyu, Kau Nahasyu, and from Chame land. And at this point, the Chame are depicted as black people, but eventually Chame gets overrun, and they're depicted as people with black skin and with locks. Eventually, Chame comes to be identified with the quote unquote Libyans, either the Amu who encroach in the Western desert. Imahu Neferti. So I won't go through all of the texts here. For the book, I'm going through like 13 primary source texts. Mary Carre, Sawa and Mary Carre. So, basically, how do we go from this? And this is most likely going to be the cover of the book to this. So we went from driving out the Amu, the non-black Eurasians, to the Amu running things and cutting off our hands. So there's a very distinct thing. So again, for those who are interested in more of that presentation, the link has already been shared. Let me come back here. And I think that Onuwara is going to come back in. But in the meantime, many socialists. So I'm seeing some of the chats. As soon as you see a socialist, you're talking about someone who has been compromised by a white ideology, and all quote unquote white ideologies are there to ensure the survival of the ones who came up with the ideology in the first place. So that's no surprise. Again, you want to look at what did we call ourselves? How did we call ourselves? And again, you can find this from Kemet. You can find this in Akan. You can find this in Bambara. You can find this in, Wolof. You can find this in Kikongo. You can even find this amongst the non-black enemies who we've been fighting against. The Arabs say Bilada, Sudan. The Greeks say Ethiopia. The Romans say Niger. All of these types of things. But this is the reason. So once you understand the significance, because again, what I'm going through is the intellectual basis for the reconquest of the land of black people. The land of black people in classical Kemet, we would call it Kemet. And once you understand this, this is when you'll first understand why we're always going further south, while each ruler is saying that my southern boundary is further south than that of my father. You'll go to where Sarah Jehuti Mes is saying that my southern boundary is at Wepta, which is the equator. That once you understand Kemet and what it means, this is the first time that you'll actually understand why we're trying to bring in more black people and land of black people. And then it will also help you understand why we're always keeping the Amu out with walls. And anytime they come in, why we're driving them out. So maybe, all right, so Onwa is going to refresh this page so I can go through more of the presentation for those who are interested. But just mind you that anyone who tries to lie to you and tell you that Kim doesn't mean black, or that Kemet only referred to the soil, these are people, I should say, should be lined up in front of a firing squad. These are the enemies of our people, and these are those who would keep us beholden to the exact same Amu who we've been fighting against for over 5,000 years, all the way back to the time of the Narmer Palette. And the only operation has been the restoration of Ma'at and restoring the land of black people. And those are one and the same. As long as we have these Amu in our land, then this is a time of Isfet. This is occupied Kemet. Ma'at cannot return to her seat. And I can go through some of the texts that talk about the prerequisites for Ma'at to return her seat, being these Amu falling to the flame and the sword of, black people. So again, these are not white people. These are foreigners to the land of black people. However, essentially, this is the significance of the book that I'm writing, is that people can, for the first time, for a lot of people, actually read the text of classical Kemet, and then you'll come, lo and behold, we didn't start calling ourselves black people in the, I don't even know what people say, 1600s or 1500s or whenever they give you, we call ourselves black people, all the way back to the very beginning of writing, right? Writing itself is when we're already calling ourselves, black people. But what you have on the other side is that around the time that we're calling ourselves black people and so forth and so on, and then they start translating texts in Medu Neter, is where you find a rise of the Amu, those who we call foreigners, starting to really come up with these quote unquote white supremacist ideologies. So essentially, they saw that we were using our Blackness as a base of power, and they decided to start, as they're reading these texts in Medu Neter, is where you find them really ramping up social Darwinism, all these concepts of divine chain of being that, again, eventually became what we come to as social Darwinism. Eventually, that spread out into so-called eugenics and so forth and so on. So maybe as we're waiting for Onuara to come back in, we can come into, actually, let me come back here, because essentially what we are going through is that text of Imahu Sanhat of Make Your Return to the Land of Black People. And this is essentially the call that we are making right now, is to make your return to the land of Black people. And how do we do that? We do that through, let me stop my share and start again. Some of the solutions that we have is through an initiative called Repatriate to Ghana. We actually have quite a few folks who are up for citizenship, and the citizenship initiative actually started out of my office at the Institute of African Studies, where a colleague, Hamet Maulana, called the executive secretary to the president of Ghana and told him that, we contribute a lot to Ghana, but we don't get so much in the way of reciprocity, and what we want is citizenship. And through that, our president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, in his speech, he said, "I am not giving you anything, I'm restoring your birthright." So through that, we have Repatriate to Ghana. And, essentially that's kind of what I wanted to discuss today, is that text of Imahu Sanhat, where the ruler, that Saura Senros Ret, said, "Make your return to the land of Black people." This is what we're doing right now, is making our return to the land of Black people. So for those who are serious, not just about raising your consciousness or saying, "Oh, I like the cute stuff that obenfoobadele says," and, you're still there in what I call Crackerville, that this is actually an opportunity to make your return to the land of Black people. So I'm going to share the link here as well. It looks like I have become the host. So I'm sitting in from my brother from another mother. And me and Onuwara, we always say that I say he's my stunt double, and I'm also his stunt double. So anytime we do a film, because he looks so much like me, we can, do that. But for those who are in the chat, we can take perhaps any questions. I think some of you are still with us. I'm seeing people who are talking about tall tasks, privacy of Nefertiti. That's one of the texts that's also in the book. Let's also talk about the Black woman that don't like Rastafari men. We could talk about that, but, for me, I don't talk about this often, but I'll put it like this. So when I went to Ethiopia, I went to the Royal Collection of Haile Selassie. Maybe I can even pull up some of those photos. And I was struck that in this Royal Collection that dates back centuries, and it's so old to the point that they don't even allow you to take flash photography, is that the images of his collection are of all these, it's white images of so-called Jesus, white images of so-called Mary, white images of all these saints. So I'm going to pull up images of when I went to Ethiopia. And I'll share that with you. And this will kind of give you like my view on the branch of Christian sanity called Rastafari. Yeah, I'm seeing Doc keep going. I'm going to try and fix it, so no problem. And I got content for days, so I could be on here for like 48 hours. We got nothing but content. So these are photographs that I took personally, and this is in Addis Ababa University in what used to be the home of Haile Selassie. This is actually the bathroom in which when he was killed, they buried his body inside of this exact bathroom before he was exhumed and reinterred in a more, I would say, honorable spot. But this is his collection. Look at these images. These are images of Amu, right? The exact same Amu that we used to fight against. So when people say that Ethiopia has never been colonized, I would say Ethiopia was the first place to be colonized because they were colonized they gave up the spiritual system of our ancestors and adopted the spiritual system. Look at these old images that show all of the saints. And I actually asked the guy who was a tour guide, I was like, why do you depict all of these, quote unquote, Christian figures as white men and white women? And he said, oh, because the first, apostles or whatever, disciples who came to Ethiopia were white people. So we thought it best to depict all the images that they talked about as white people. So this is what I call the imaginary cracker on a stick, what others call Yesu Christo or whatever they call him. I call him the imaginary cracker on a stick. Again, depicted as a white man. And I'll also show you the piece de resistance is the image that Haile Selassie himself worshipped. So you have black people who worship Haile Selassie, but Haile Selassie, well, I'll show you what he was worshiping. Because a picture is better than 1,000 words, right? Do I have that here? That's a professor there at the university. Other images I got to go to where the reproduction of Dink Nesh is held. And it was interesting, more images of white saints and white Jesus and white Mary. Same thing here. Going through. Is that it? Yeah, what I'm looking for is actually the image of his bedroom. Yeah, here we go. Let's zoom in on this. So this is Haile Selassie's bedroom. And when you go to Haile Selassie's bedroom, let me try to zoom in. It's not letting me. Let me just make it bigger. Is everyone still with me? As big as it gets. So I can zoom in here. Is everybody still with me? If you're still with me, this is an image of the imaginary cracker on a stick, right? A colleague of mine here calls him the stinking imaginary cracker on a stick, but I don't say stinking because I don't know what he would actually smell like. I would assume it would be like a dog in the rain. But this is the imaginary cracker on a stick praying to his imaginary cracker daddy about whatever imaginary crackers pray about. And I always say this, I tell people, I'm like, I don't even pray to real white people, much less would I pray to imaginary ones. But this is who Haile Selassie was worshiping. So people say that Haile Selassie is like the second coming of the imaginary cracker on a stick. But as they're praying to Haile Selassie is praying to the imaginary cracker, and the imaginary cracker is praying to the big imaginary cracker, his imaginary cracker daddy up in the sky. So I don't know if that bursts anybody's bubble, but you can actually still go to Haile Selassie's bedroom and see the imaginary cracker that he was praying to, if you want to do that for whatever reason. So yeah, I just got off on that tangent because somebody was asking about, okay, and I see Onwara's back in. He says he's back in, but I'm not seeing him live. So yeah, we can go more into that, thing. But again, for me, Ethiopia was the first place to be colonized. And interestingly, an administrator on Abibitumi said that he was just in Denver, Colorado, and the taxi driver or Uber driver, whatever it was from Ethiopia. And he got into, we've never been colonized, we blah, blah, blah. And he made that exact same point. It's the point that I've made. There should be a blue circle. So let me stop my share and come back in. I don't know if I'm like the host and I need to let him in. Onuara, if you can type in the chat, if I need to let you in. I'm seeing you saying that there's a blue circle. So if I need to, I am the host. So let me see how to let you in. Edit name, video settings, change avatar, plus presentation, screen share, extra camera, local video settings. So I'm not seeing how to let you back in, Onuara. Should I stop it? It will be on the top right. On the top right, I think it's not my account, so it's not giving me full admin privileges. But it just says leave on the top right. That's the only option that I have on the top right is leave. Maybe I can share my screen so you can see. Let me do the Chrome tab so it doesn't do that thing. Maybe just a window. It doesn't matter, so I'll do this. So Onua, if you can see my screen share, my top right, because I'm not the owner of the account that you're on, The only option that I see here is to leave. If you can see my screen share. So I don't know what we do. Do we stop and just call it a day? It's not sharing. Let me stop and restart. Everyone can see and hear you. Can you see my screen share now? Or maybe I can even just do a screenshot and send you the link. This is interesting. I don't know. So this is my screen. This is what I see on my screen. So you can click on that link to see. The only thing I have on the top right is to leave. So according to my side, it says this thing is sharing your screen. It says stop sharing. It says hide. Top left below you. Let me come here. Oh, that's you. All right, you're in black and white. I see it says edit name, remove from source. The black and white also says obenfoobadele Kambon. And the only options when I click on the three dots is edit the name and remove source. Extra camera. No, it's not going to do it. Presentation, local video. Yeah, and people are also saying that they can't see my screen share. I don't know if they've seen anything else. Okay, so I'm getting a recommendation to end the stream and start again. Okay, yeah, that's no problem. So maybe part 1, part 2. So I'm going to stop and I'm going to leave, and that may end the stream. So let's try that. Abibitumi Abibitumi.
Hello, people, can you hear me? Give me ones if you can hear me. Give me ones if you can hear me, please. Doc, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
If I tell you what happened, this is like the Egyptian embassy all again, all
Exactly.
from the
I
beginning.
was just about to say, like,
Listen, almost
I
half
think the
an hour.
Amu don't like the
My
anti-Amu
brother,
content.
I don't understand how this keeps happening. Almost half an hour ago, the thing, I couldn't hear a peep. In fact, I was following you by watching the link, and I was like, this is bizarre. So I restarted, kept refreshing. My people, sorry about that. These people are misbehaving, but we're back in. So, Doc,
Amu.
I'm very sorry.
Amu do.
I'm
Cracker's
very,
gonna crack.
Anyway, so yes, okay. So let's quickly. I don't know how many questions you were able to take. Let's quickly take them because I know I'm keeping you. Aka Kedu. I don't know if anybody wants to jump on, but it's easier to do the questions here. So let's just go from there. How can Black people achieve that without any responsible nation of Black people? Doc, can you see that?
Yeah, I can. So there's a quote by Nana Marcus Garvey, I'm going to have to paraphrase it, but he basically says that there is a duty and a responsibility for those of us who know about the serious of their times to step out amongst the masses of our people in order to, basically help them to see that. So there's only one nation, and that's Kemet. That's the land of black people. In Medunetra, we would call it Kemet. In Chi, we would call it Abibitumi. In Yoruba, we call it Ile Adulawo. In Bambara, we would call it Farafina. In Wolof, we call it Reonit Kunyul. And Igbo, we call it Ala Ndisioji. In Kikongo, we would call it Nsia Bandombe. But this is the land of black people. And actually, this is one of my later slides. Let me maybe share my screen and let me know if you can even see it, because I think these your Amu hosts didn't even want to show this. But essentially, anywhere we have black people, this is Kemet. And there's a text by Nana Marcus Garvey called African Fundamentalism, where he talks about a Negro empire upon which the sun would never set. And that's already in place. The problem is that we just don't operate like that, right? We operate like Nigerians and Ghanaians and so-called African Americans and Jamaicans and foundational Black Americans and African descendants of slaves and, every other type of fragment that you can imagine. Hebrew Israelite. Oh, don't even get me started. True Muslims and Washita and Moors and everything else that you can imagine. But imagine just briefly if everything that you see here, all of this is Kemet, and all of the people therein are Kemetyu. That's something vastly different than Nigerians don't like South Africans and South Africans don't like Nigerians. So they'll beat up Nigerians when they see them on the street. And foundational Black Americans don't like Haitians and Jamaicans, and ADOS people don't like everything that you see and everything that you hear is because you all are on white platforms. So what you think that you're thinking, you're actually reacting to stimuli, because this essentially keeps them, the people who own the platforms, the things that all of you are talking about keep them alive, right? If you started talking about all of this land is Kemet, and this is occupied Kemet, and we need to make all of this Kemet once again. We need to make all of this the land of black people once again. It means that the platinum mines, this means that the oil, this means that the coltan, this means that the bauxite, this means that all of this is the land of black people. So Amu, just like you came, back in the day, how we dealt with you back in the day, and text after text after text after text after text after text after text talks about how we dealt with Amu back in the day, which is we built walls to keep them out. And if they came in, we drove them out. If you don't even read my book is going to come out. If you don't read the book, that's the synopsis. Keep Amu out. And if they ever come in, drive them out. That's the whole book, which covers a good 2,000-3,000 years of the history of Kemet. And the destruction of Black civilization is when we departed from that. That's when we allowed them in. Next thing you know, the Persians, the Assyrians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, and then mixed in with that, the Mamluks, the French, the British, and so forth and so on, up to where we are right now, which is back to the same Arabs who got there in 639 CE. It's interesting. I gave a presentation yesterday, and there was an Arab from so-called Egypt. It was for the University of Ghana, a so-called Arab from Egypt who, one of the people who organized the seminar was like, there was a Arab from Egypt in there, and he was incensed and blah, 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 blah. That's not my audience. Like my goal isn't to talk to any Arabs or convince them of anything or whatever. But, it's very interesting that just that parallel of classical times to contemporary times. And, what the Arabs like to do is they like to pretend like these are their ancestors. Let's look at the photographs, right? Let's go to the photographs.
Yeah.
Do these look like the ancestors of the Arabs who are there right now? Does this look like an Arab who's there right now? Any of them, right? And what I told the guy who organized it is like, we know the exact date that they got there, 639 CE, at the point of the sword. And it's I can go into that. Like, we know the exact date that you got there. We know the date that the Romans got there, 332, the Greeks. We know the dates where every type of non-black person got there. You see, the Hyksos, we know when they got there. And then they were driven out. And according to Manetho, he said that once they were driven out, they went on to found a town called Jerusalem. Isn't that interesting? The Hebrew Israelites, right? And they're depicted, just like within a century of them being driven out. This is how they're still depicted. So the people who are like, yeah, we're the original Israelites, the ones who were driven out were called Hyksos, Hakao, Hasut, and this is what they were depicted like. Now, this is what your great-grandsters were depicted like. So if you want to say Black Israelite or Hebrew, whatever, like, this is how backwards, upside down, and inside out we are, is that we try to identify as the people who are depicted like this, and then we vilify the people who are depicted like this. When the actual story is like the first Hollywood spin story in the world, that the Hyksos, the Hakao Hasut, came as invaders, and then they were driven out in this war of Black liberation. And then again, according to Manetho, they went on to found a place called Jerusalem. But rather than saying that we were driven out with our tails between our legs, they said we were enslaved, let my people go, blah, 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 parting of the Red Sea. None of that happened. What happened is, in the historical documents, you came as invaders and you were driven out with your tails between your legs, right? So all of that. So what I started going into is Repatriate to Ghana. And the question that's at hand is, how do we do that without a Black nation? What it is our responsibility to make this place called Ghana, to make that place called Nigeria, to make this place called Mali, to make all of that the land of Black people once again. Not just in name, but to look at the means by which we did that and to make that actually stick. So we're starting to see some overtones of that in Burkina Faso. So let's contrast. Like in Ghana, they have this Stop Galamsey movement, which is the indigenous Black people, by and large, who are doing like small scale mining. Now, mind you, the Chinese come into that, others come into that, but the Chinese just bought Newmont Mine for $1 billion. Why? Because the Chinese are eventually going to back the yuan with the gold that they're extracting from Ghana. So that's very large scale. That's the Chinese, right? What they're doing. You have Anglo Gold Ashanti. You have all these multinational corporations. They're talking about stop the small scale mining, which is Black people. Now compare that to Burkina Faso. They're revoking the licenses of all the non-Black people. He's actually making that Kemet, right? He's making that Kemet once again. So he's revoking the licenses of the non-Black Amu, and he's making it so only the indigenous Black people have the right to mine gold, right? So compare the two. Now, the reason why, like, even like the University of Ghana is on strike right now over trying to prevent the Black people, by and large, from doing small scale mining. Why? It's destroying the environment, blah, 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 blah. But let's look at this. Let's look all the way to Mansa Musa, anybody who you know, right? The oldest hominin fossils are what they call Tumai. They call him the old man of Chad. This dates back to some 7 million years ago. And the Nkwenya mine in Umzansi, that's in South Africa. This is the oldest mine. And Na Chimwezu actually talked about that in one of his presentations for the Chimwezu Conference on great African thinkers. But that was actually a mine for ochre. So here you have, and it's UNESCO World Heritage Site. I'm actually trying to pull it up so I can show it to you. But it has mining activities that date back around 42 to 43,000 years. I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? Or are they blocking it?
Yeah, we got it.
So 42,000 years. So we've been mining as Black people for at the very least 42,000 years. And there are people who are old enough to remember where every water body in Ghana was drinkable, right? So the thing against what they call galamsey is coming from the Hausa word for gather, collect, and eventually sell it, right?
Mm.
That we've been mining for 43,000 years, and there are people who are old enough to remember with the Kole Lagoon, you can go and drink the pristine water out of it, and we're still mining gold. All this time, the Portuguese are here taking gold, the British are here, the Dutch, the Danes, everybody is here taking the gold out of what's now modern day Ghana, but the water is perfectly drinkable, and we're mining all of that gold.
Mm-hmm.
Within the last few decades, the introduction of mercury, arsenic, all these things into the water supply, the destruction of the land, blah, 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 blah. So the point that I make is not that the black people should be disenfranchised from the gold. Meanwhile, the Chinese run roughshod, the British run roughshod, the stench, that's what they call the French, the vermins, that's what they call the Germans, the port of Greece, right? That's the Portuguese. All of these Amu are enfranchised. People aren't talking about drive out Numa, drive out Anglo Gold Ashanti, drive out the Chinese, drive them. They're only talking about the small scale mining, which is black people, again, by and large. So I'm just making this point, and I guess I'm beating a dead horse of just compare the two, what's going on in Burkina Faso, enfranchising the black people to be regulated so they're not destroying the water bodies and they don't have to hide in the forest and do all the unscrupulous things. They could actually be regulated and the gold is ours. And so this is like, I don't know if people are following the news in Ghana, but we're on strike, and this is like a huge thing in Ghana right now. Stop Galamsey. People are protesting in the streets, stop Galamsey. And I'm pretty sure that everybody who's talking about stop Galamsey and they're thinking about it like it's being thought about in Ghana, and they're not thinking about it like it's being thought about in Burkina Faso. I'm sure all of these people who are protesting are on white social media. And I bet at some point in time, maybe 10 years or 20 years down the line, it will come out that this is the manipulation of people's thoughts to go against black people mining the gold. And they're saying nothing about these Amu who are stealing our resources. They're not saying anything about that. How do you get that? Hey, all Anglo Gold Ashanti or any of these others have to do is put $1 million on the campaign for the hashtag on X, or formerly Twitter, or put $1 million into what's going to trend on TikTok or Crackerbook or any of these platforms, and you can sway the thinking. This is a Skinner box. I actually have a presentation where I deal with all of this cracker media is a Skinner box, where people's thoughts are literally being manipulated, and they think that they're thinking, but they're again responding to external stimuli, right? So that's just a sidebar for our discussion.
Wow.
So to answer the question, how can black people achieve that without any responsible nation of black people? This is what Repatriate to Ghana is here for, to bring black people who have some sense, to coordinate with the black people who are already here who have some sense, to make this the land of black people, so that we get rid of these fragment flags, and there's the red, black, and green flag across all of global Kemet. Yeah.
Doc, let me ask you just a follow-up question to that. How do we get people to a point where they can start thinking? I know what your answer is going to be, but how do we get to for the audience? How do we get people to a point where they can start thinking like that, in the sense where they can put aside the quote unquote cultural differences, ethnic differences, if you will, and then start looking at themselves as start looking at themselves as Kemetyu in that sense, How do we get to that? What I know your answer, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so let's imagine. So I do a combat science that called Asakon Inchi or Capoeira, and eventually that comes from Kimbundu, Kikongo, and others, but people will know it through Portuguese language.
Yeah.
Now, when you do a combat science, If you walked up to somebody and said, "Can I slap you in the face?" most people will say no. If you ask someone directly, "Can I break your nose?" most people would say no. "Can I kick you in between your legs?" most people will say no. But when you are actually good at combat science, you're essentially doing exactly that, and you're getting the person to say yes. How do you do that? So, for example, you and I are sparring, or we're fighting, or whatever it is that we're doing. Let's say I kick your leg and I actually make contact and it's painful to you, right? Or even I don't actually make contact, but you've just seen that I've kicked at your leg. What I do, maybe not even immediately, I may wait a little bit. I may wait for like 30 seconds into the fight, a minute, or I may do it immediately. But especially if I've actually made contact and I know it hurts you. So then what I'll do is I'll kick towards your leg, but it's a feint, right? I don't actually go through with it. As I'm kicking towards your leg, then I come and then bam. What I've accomplished is the exact same thing as if I asked you, "Can I break your nose?" But I've done it in a different way, right? Now, if these Amu, these exact same folks who have been fighting for 5,400 years said, "Can I have unrestricted control of your brain? Can I have 24/7 access to your brain where I decide what you react to? You're not even thinking. I decide what you react and what you respond to." Most people, if they phrased it like that, they would say no. So they don't phrase it like that. What they do is say, "I'll give you subscribers. I'll give you likes. I'll give you money to build my white institution and to never build your black institution," right? I'll give you subscribers, followers. I'll give you glory. I'll give you fame. And it's basically like they're sweetening the deal of what will it take to make you never build a black institution and only to support and build my white institution, right? And again, if they phrased it like, "I want you to build my white institution and don't build a black institution," most of the quote unquote conscious people will say, "No, never. I'm going to fight." But now all they have to do is say it in a different way. And then you'll find limitless Pan-African groups talking about how we need to do for self on Facebook. You have infinite groups talking about how we need to have our own, and Nana Amos Wilson videos that have, thousands of views, and people are talking about how erudite and eloquent he is as he's saying that we should not support white people. We need to support our own black thing. And it's on YouTube, right? So, before that, it was a television. And I remember growing up, my father used to be like, "Man, I could put a sledgehammer." There was a video called "You Must Learn" by KRS-One BDP, right? And in it, he takes a sledgehammer and he crashes it into the TV. And my father would always be like, "I could do that right now. I could kick in this TV." And I'm a kid. I'm like, "What's the big deal? It's just a cartoon." Like, Dad's tripping, right? But I'm like that right now, like, So, before that, and then before that, it was the integrated schools, the so-called integrated schools. Like, all of those are different ways of saying, how can we have unfettered, unrestricted access to the brains of your children? And before that, it was the Mohawk conferences. And for those who may not be aware, I came across that in a book called Intellectual Warfare by Nana Jacob Carruthers, where he went into, after the so-called Civil War, then they had these series of conferences about what are they going to do about the Negro problem. And the idea is that they're going to miseducate the Negroes to the point where they always stay in their place. And that was the foundation of all of these HBCUs, right? So Hampton, that's Samuel Armstrong, who was there at the Mohawk conferences, all of these places. So these HBCUs are there. And I went to Morehouse, right? And I was there and I was like, Morehouse is there to create Morehouse Negroes. And that's exactly what it's doing. So, I was under no illusion. And earlier I was talking to somebody who was at Howard. She was like, "Yeah, this is our 100th anniversary." I was like, "Yo, I don't have any school spirit, so I can't." People who go to HBCUs, they like to, rag and go back and forth. Mine was better. I was like, "Yo, just stop. You got the wrong guy." From the day I graduated, I never set foot on Morehouse campus. Like, the day I graduated, that's the last time I set eyes on Morehouse campus. And it's like the United States. When I left the United States, I've never set foot on United States soil ever since that, day. Um, so yeah, and then so you have the Mohawk conferences was another way of them saying how can we have unfettered and unrestricted access to your brains 24/7. Before that, it was actually chattel enslavement of this is how we're going to have unfettered and unrestricted access to your brains 24/7. Whips, chains, everything, the whole nine. Um, and then even before that, you can even look at classical Kemet, like that Sanhat story that I was talking about. Like for me, like that's the original Hollywood story. So again, people are like, all right, was that a historical document? Was a literary text? But around the time that this story is circulating about Sanhat, who goes into southwestern Eurasia and he's brought in, and he's more or less he marries into them and blah blah blah. Then he comes back. It kind of quote unquote humanizes the Amu. So before this, everything is a smite the Amu, crush the Amu, drive them out. They're like a crocodile on the shore. They're like, a thief, who darts about in a group. It's always about smiting them, driving them out, crushing their skulls, decapitating them. These are the enemies. But around this time, it's like a story that kind of gives you a sense of, oh, well, some of them are nice. Like I see that as like the original Hollywood story. They talk about the Jews in Hollywood. Like this is like the precursor to the Hyksos, because around this time is the first time that you see the Hakau Hasut, and that's how they're depicted coming into Kemet as like a ragtag group that has like some goats, and they're coming in very meekly and humbly. But lo and behold, that's how they come in. But next thing you know, they've taken hold of Lower Kemet. And you can read this text of Sarasa Kenenre Tau. You can read the two stella of Sarah Kamos. You can read the autobiography of Yamos, son of Abana, that goes into how we both the precursor to driving out the Hyksos, the Hakau Hasut, the ideological grounding, and then the actual beginning of the prosecution of the war to drive them out, and then how they actually came to a conclusion, with Yamo, son of Abana. So it's a good series of texts for people to read, especially if they can read Medu Neter. Those who read Medu Neter who may not have come across those texts, the socio-political texts are very, very good, because, again, people aren't talking about that. They tend to be talking about past glory and spirituality, not saying that those things aren't important, but this is a neglected place of how do we restore Ma'at on a socio-political level, right? So, yeah, so just like that story itself is a way of getting into the minds of Black people, to the point that around the time that Sanhat is coming back to Kemet is around the time that you have these Hakau Hasut who make their appearance, somewhere around the time of Sarah Senwo's Ret. And remember, that was the son of the one who got murdered, and all this is going on. So you can picture like Sanhat, if he's a historical figure, maybe even bringing in, oh, these are the people who helped me, or some type of thing like that. But you actually have a depiction of that. I can probably pull that out.
While you're doing that,
Yeah.
what was I going to ask you? So I wanted to use that to segue into. I don't know if you guys talked about it when I had my problem on the thing, but how we segue to physically moving back to Kemet, and how Repatriate to Ghana, how you guys operate, and how you can facilitate that for people's sake. But let's go through this first, and then we'll yeah.
Yeah, so these are the Hakau Hasut as they are depicted. And then this is like a reproduction line drawing, so you can see how they're depicted. And this is where you see Heka Hasut. So it's literally like ruler of foreign lands, right? And they have this kind of mushroom. If you've ever seen, what is this? The Three Stooges. This kind of like,
Toad from Mario.
Yeah, like they have this like mop top kind of hairdo, even in the depictions here, and so forth and so on. But like this isn't how Black people's hair falls. And actually, I went to school with a guy, a little kid called Peter, and he had his hair like this. But I think it's like Larry Curly and Mo, right? Like they kind of got this type of hairstyle. Three
Three
Stooges, right?
Yeah.
That's how they rock it. So the Amu are depicted again, and when they refer to the Hakau Hasut, they're referred to as Amu, and I already showed you how the Amu were depicted in classical Kemet as, you know, these non-black whatever. So they use it interchangeably when they talk about Hakau Hasut, when they talk about Amu, when they talk about the son of Rechenu. So Rechenu is now what's now modern day Lebanon. So this is what those folks are depicted looking like, as opposed to the Kemetyu are depicted looking like this, the Remech of Kemet.
Okay.
Yeah, so
let's
all of that.
Yeah,
That's our segue into Make Your Return to the Land of Black People. So I did kind of start talking about it. And we have a couple of initiatives that go to this point. So let me come here. I'll come to the front end. That's the back end. So back in 1998, I kind of, you know, briefly touched on this, is when I first came to Ghana, and it was through the Sankofa journey. And I always tell people, look for sankofajourney.com. In recent times, like the last year or two, there's been a proliferation of people who have started to do these fake fraud things that they're calling Sankofa journey, because they're trying to get, you know, the goodwill that we've accumulated over the last 26 years plus now. So they're on Crackerbook and they're calling their thing Sankofa Journey. First, you know that if it's on Crackerbook, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. If it's on Instafull, nothing to do with me. If it's on Nitwitter, absolutely nothing to do with me. If it's on, you know, whatever these things are that they call it. So to get the authentic one is sankofajourney.com. So that's me and my mother, and we've been doing this since 1998. That's Baba Kamau, who we were talking about earlier, my father. This is my mother. This is me, and all of those who are coming, you know, here in this group. Actually, this is the year a group called PLM out of Baltimore came, so it's quite a few. So this is 2 weeks. So there's a proverb that says, which is a person doesn't take their 2 feet in order to test the depths of the water. So essentially what the Sankofa journey is a means by which people can come and see, usually over the course of, you know, somewhere around 2 weeks, and see what it's all about. And then we also now have the Abibitumi Conference. So that is part of the Sankofa journey.
And the Sankofa journey is not just Ghana, right?
So it's been Ghana, Togo, and Benin. And next year, we actually want to introduce Senegal.
Okay.
So the Abibitumi Conference is part and parcel of the Sankofa journey. We have Obinfo James Small, Obenfo Abana Bello, Obenfo Kofi Asari Opoku, you know, my good self, my mother, Obenfo Anthony Browder.
I'll be there next year. I won't
Yeah,
let you.
you'll be home.
I won't let you down.
And so many luminaries were there. You know, we had a lot of Black powerful performers, awardees. So it was, you know, just really a Black-tastic experience, you know, across the board. So that's part of the Sankofa journey. So anyone who signs up for the Sankofa journey, they get the Abibitumi Conference at no additional charge. But then for those who experience Ghana and realize that, you know what, I want to rob Fort Knox. Why do I call it that? Because anytime you leave the United States, you're actually extracting, let's say, over the course of your life, a good $1 million out of the economy of the United States of a murderer. Because all the, you know, money you would have paid for your mortgage, right? The money that you would have paid for your car note for your children's university education, and you know, taxes and all these things, instead of being there in Crackerville to give that money to the cave beasts who are going to flip your money to build the prisons that, you know, are going to imprison your little nephew, right? They're going to use that exact same money coming from you in order to buy the bullets that are going to shoot you down in the streets. They're going to use that exact same money to funnel to, you know, the Arab worshipers in Sudan, right? And all of these things that we lament, right? The coltan, Halliburton, all these things that we talk about. That's what they're going to use your money for. So you may realize, you know what? I don't want to fund my enemies. I actually want to build the land of Black people. So somebody who has that question of, all right, well, how can Black people achieve that without a responsible nation of Black people? Well, you have a couple of options. You can either stand on the shore somewhere let's say at Charleston, South Carolina, and you got some binoculars on. You're like, is it free yet? Is it nice yet? It's not. Okay, well, call me when it is. Okay, is it liberated yet? Okay, call me when it is. So you can either do that, right? Yeah, repatriate to Ghana. Or you can actually be in it to win it, and you can actually be part of making this the land of Black people once again. You understand? I would say that you should go for the latter, right? And I always talk about, for me, I look at what I do right now in comparison to the type of grandcestor I would have liked to have been. So people will talk about Nana Harriet Tubman, and it's like, well, what do you do? What are you doing right now that's similar to Nana Harriet Tubman? If you think that she is somebody who should be emulated, then what are you doing that are very, very similar? That's very similar to what Nana Harriet Tubman did, because she was leaving the plantation. Are you leaving the plantation? Are you like Nana Harriet Tubman? Or are you staying on the plantation? Whether that's the digital plantation of YouTube, whether that is the physical plantation of the job where you are, or the country where you live, and so forth and so on. Because as long as you're in that country, you have shared interests with the same cave beasts who are killing you and beating you, even in terms of just reform, like beat us less. Then that's a shared interest, and you're going to do stuff in order to make that a better country, right? As opposed to if you've cut the umbilical cord, then you are more prone to say, yeah, let that thing burn, right? Because I'm not, there to say, oh, let it be good and blah, blah, blah. So there's that. But again, to come to the point of which grandcestor are you, right? Because a lot of us will pour libation, will mention the names of these great grandcestors. Am I like Nana Nat Turner, or am I like the one who betrayed him? Am I like Nana Denmark Vesey, or am I like the one who betrayed him? Am I like Nana Charles Deslongs, or am I like the ones who, are part of the cavalry who go against him? Am I like, I could just go down the list. So for me, if I've left the United States, it's because I can see these are the grandcestors who I call on. So at one point in time, in the future, if I want to be called in a similar name or whatever, I need to do things similar to them, as opposed to here I am on a cracker plantation, thinking conscious thoughts. Meanwhile, I'm building the cracker nation. I'm here thinking conscious thoughts, but I'm here supporting this cracker digital platform. I'm thinking good thoughts. And I think about like the so-called, World Trade Center, whether that was an inside job or outside job. Any Black people who are there were on a daily basis building the land of crackers. So when it hits the fan, whether it's inside job or outside job, you're going down. So this like the house Negro, he's in the house and he may think good thoughts about the Black people in the field, but when they set that house on fire, you all up in, the cave beasts behind. So guess what? When we set fire to that behind, Kupete Bruleka, that's you too, right? So all of that is coming back to repatriate to Ghana, because those who are very serious, not about raising consciousness, but raising behavior. And, I've shifted away. Like, I think you first came across me somewhere around the time I was doing like Why Kemet Matters and things like that. All of those were like consciousness raising activities and teachings and so forth. I'm much more focused on raising behavior, because what I've come to is that people can be conscious as they want to be. They know all the dates and the names of the grandcestors and blah, blah, blah. They can wear a danshiki and do whatever. And all they ever do is build, cracker institutions. So they've raised consciousness, but they haven't raised behavior. So this is one way that we can raise behavior of, joining us and actually.
Elaborate on that quickly. Difference between
Yeah.
consciousness and behavior, please, quickly.
Very good. So for decades, we've operated on this premise that free your mind and your behind will follow, or something along those lines, right? But we've seen very clearly that this has not panned out. And again, I can give examples of that you have people who have read 1,000 books, but they're shopping at the exact same Walmart as a person who's read 0 books. So what's the point? You have somebody who's, read 1,000 books, but they are on the exact same Facebook as a person who's read 0 books. You have somebody who's, they've been at 1,000 conscious lectures, but they're on the same Instaful, the same TikTok, the same Nitwitter as the person who's read 0 books. So, really, what's the point? That's just on the digital front. Now, let's say you have the person who's attended 1,000 conscious lectures, and they are working for Lockheed Martin. I give that as an example because I actually know a sister who was part of a Yoruba shrine and thought all these good thoughts about Black people, and she was literally working for Lockheed Martin, where they're building the bombs that are going to selectively kill Black people only, and that's her day job, right? So, conscious as she wants to be, she's in the Yoruba shrine. She practices her spirituality. She honors our ancestors. She attends the lectures. She does all this conscious stuff, but she is working for the exact same Lockheed Martin as the rabid racist who's producing the exact same bombs that she's there producing to, blow up Black people here on the continent.
Yeah.
That's raising consciousness, but not raising behavior. Now, raising behavior is, you know what? I'm not going to work for these crackers anymore. I'm going to come to the land of Black people to drive the Amu out, to make this really the land of Black people. You understand? That's now raising behavior. This is actually doing something beyond, oh, I'm so conscious. My danshiki is, longer than yours. I got more beads and bangles on than you do. I say it in jest, but like literally, this is the level that most people are on. So I say like the 80s, the 90s, even the 2000s or whatever. Like a lot of that is, we have Black bookstore, a cultural center, and what my father, he in 2000, I want to say 7 or 8, he shut down the bookstore and cultural center because he came to this exact same conclusion that you got all these people who have been coming to the bookstore and hearing these lectures, but like, what are they really doing to solve the number one problem on the planet Earth? They're all working at the exact same jobs. Some of them moved to bigger houses in the suburbs. Some of them are, they're doing the exact same things that the person who is not conscious is doing. Matter of fact, they're doing the exact same things as the Ku Klux Klan members are doing. They're paying the same taxes and, car notes.
I remember you telling me a story about Khalid Mohammed. No,
oh my goodness! I don't say that publicly.
Okay, man.
because I still have a lot of respect for him.
Right.
On multiple levels, he was a good friend of my father's and so forth. But that was really heartbreaking for me. So that I don't think I've ever said that in public. But yeah, people can guess what I'm talking about, or I don't know. And for anyone who's wondering, he wasn't with a white girl or anything like that. So I just want to do a disclaimer. It's nothing like that, but it was something that, for me personally, it was a bit heartbreaking, just like maybe on a level or two lower from that.
Yeah. One last question, if you don't mind. One last question before we wrap up. So I don't know if you're aware of this thing they call Japa syndrome in Nigeria, right? Where everybody's so they call it Japa. Everybody's trying to get out of the country because of the economy and so on.
Okay.
So it's a whole thing.
Yeah. So matter of fact, the most popular song when I was there for my advanced study of Yoruba was Fumini Visa. Ilu Itusumi Oya Fumini Visa. Like, I'm sick of this country, give me a visa. Well, like that was the chorus, but go ahead.
So what I'm getting at is there are people who look at it from a point of view of, I need to get out and because I think a lot of the people watching will be Africans in the diaspora. They're like, I need to get out to survive. I need to get out to make a living for myself. How do you get those people on side, knowing full well that the stomach is hungry and they are trying to find a way to survive? How do we get people like that to think about things differently? Again, I kind of know what you're going to say, but on a practical level, how do we do that? Because
you have to pay them. There are two options. Either you force them. So it's either rewards or punishments. That's the simple answer. Like, I could talk for 5-10 minutes, but simple is rewards and punishments. So But like I said before, I was really into the consciousness raising. Like once these people get, the right education, get the right knowledge, and they're going to start doing the right stuff. Man, some of even like my students who I really thought that they were on point, they ended up being like the biggest backstabbers and sellouts, and some of them you even met.
Anyone I know? I was gonna say anyone I know.
I'll,
Wow.
I'll, I'll tell you the names off
Later. Yeah.
camera.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they got this thing where they say they smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. They're backstabbers. That's the education route. That's trying to raise consciousness route, so forth and so on. But what I've come to, and this is where I am now. I may be in a different space in the future, but those are the options. And I gave that paradigm of power, that typology of power that Nana Amos Wilson goes. He says, the lowest level is force. That's the lowest level because if you force somebody, they're going to fight back. Just even knee jerk, somebody slap, wow, I'll slap you back, right? Coercion, you get less resistance, right? If you don't do this, hey, all right, I'll do it. All right, all right. It's not just going to be like the knee jerk reaction of, all right, this is fight or flight. I just got to, do whatever just to survive. So coercion is a higher level because it's less resistance. And again, when you look at power, and P is to me, that's the word that translates into English as power, but it's related to the word to me, which is to be able. So here we're talking about what the levels of power in terms of what allows you to be able to do stuff, right? So force, you're able to do stuff, but it's at a low level because these people are going to fight you on it and you're going to have all the type of resistance. So you're not going to be as able to. So like, look at the anti-colonialism struggle and blah, blah, blah. People like, yo, this is it, Camp de Charoy, all these types of things. People, they were literally just fighting on behalf of France, but now they're fighting against France. So that's like the lowest level. So that's force, coercion, and then influence, right? So this is even a higher level because there's less resistance. I'm better able to accomplish what I would like to have happen, right? So I can influence you to do certain things. That may be through telling you, and maybe through putting certain things around you, getting your father or mother or whatever. So I'm influencing you through certain things that I'm putting into your head, your ears, your environment, right? But then you have competent and legitimate authority. That's even less of a fight because now, well, this is the Pope, and the Pope said, right? This is the pastor. This is the teacher. This is, the PhD. This guy got a doctorate, or this person is whatever. This person got 1 million viewers on YouTube or whatever. So now, this is now competent and legitimate authority. So this is even why they introduce somebody. This is a professor at blah, blah, blah. This is such and such and such. So now you're more willing to listen to what that person has to say because this is the expert in the field, right? There. And then what he has as the highest on there is manipulation. And manipulation is such that there's no resistance because the people think that they're thinking it themselves. That's like I was talking about the Galamsey thing, right? Let's disenfranchise all the black people from the gold. Yeah, that's a good idea. Anything about the white people? No, nothing to say about that. Like literally, like how do you get more manipulated than that, right? Look at the advertising industry, product placement. You're in film, right? So product placement, that's manipulation. All of a sudden, you're at the movie theater. You know what? I'd like a Coca-Cola.
Oh, I feel like M&Ms all of a sudden.
Right. Wow, I love some M&Ms. I don't just and like the protagonist just doing whoa, right? That's manipulation. Yeah. Because if anyone tells you that that's not your thought, you'll fight them on that. How dare you say I don't want Coca-Cola? And literally, if you were in the bush in Eastern Congo and you've never heard of Coca-Cola, there's no way that you just happen to want it. They have to put it on billboards. And literally every single day you pass by that billboard, now you want Jordans. And nobody can tell you that it's not your idea that you want Jordans. Meanwhile, if you never heard that Jordans existed, would you want Jordans?
Absolutely.
That's the manipulation, right? Yeah. Now, this is something that I played with when I was dealing with the raising of consciousness. In my adult life, apart from maybe my father and my mother, the person who had more, and like later on, Nach and Wezu, but like my whole adult life, the person who had most influence on my thinking was Ata Aikweama. That'll be a surprise to people who know some of the articles I've written more recently about ata akyeame. But he had this concept of inspiration versus manipulation, and we should strive to be inspirers, right? We should try to inspire people to do it. So, like, you would put that as like this is even a higher level that people see you as a model. What I've found in real life is that when you put yourself as a model and you want to just be about what you say that you're about, you want to actually live it and not be a hypocrite and say one thing, do another. You are literally trying to inspire people to be conscious or do this or do that. That this is where you get the backstabbers, because people will come and see you and they'll say, "This N word ain't no better than me. I could do that." Or he got glory, or he got money, or he got. So they're not looking at it like, let me support you. Like there's a proverb in Chi. It's like I see where he is, and I can name names of people who I really trusted, or really thought this is somebody who's going to carry on the legacy or whatever. But they're more so like, all right, you have prestige, I should have prestige. You're known for being Pan-African. I should be the one to save the race. You're not doing like all of this type of just BS is what it actually ends up being. So I'm less so on let me try to inspire people and educate people and just hope that they end up doing the right thing. I'm more so on force on the one side, and I'm not, putting guns to people's head, or on the other side, which is I'll pay you to do whatever I'm telling you to do. So I'll give an example. There was a sister out of Kenya. So I employed Black people from all throughout the entire continent. So the stuff you see on Abibitumi, the graphic design, that's a brother who's in the north of Ghana. The T-shirts, that's a sister in Kenya. The website, that's Black people either in the United States, Nigeria most recently. So I only hire Black people, right? So I'll give you an example of a sister in Kenya. She had no background in being quote unquote conscious, but I had a T-shirt that had that image that showed the smiting of the Amu, right? The Black, the Nesubiti smiting the Amu. And the task was to have the quote, "Make Kemet black again." Make Kemet black again. I love that T-shirt, right? Make Kemet black again. So there's no way that on her own, she's just going to pop up and one day say, let me make a T-shirt that says, make Kemet, because she wouldn't even know where that comes from. Where's that mural at and all those types of things. But if I pay her, do this T-shirt for me, make Kemet black again. That's the 2023 Abibitumi Conference T-shirt. Now she's doing it. So rather than trying to, inspire people to do the right thing or educate them to do the right thing, the way that I'm going to get you to do the right thing is I will give you rewards. And as we build power on the basis of those rewards, that's where you maybe get to the punishment side. And the best text from classical Kemet that deals with rewards and punishments, in my opinion, is the Two Stella of Sarah Kamos.
Two Stella of Sarah Kamos, which can be found in
Occupied Kemet.
It's in Luxor, isn't it?
So you have one. So the Stella is it's in Luxor, in the Luxor Museum. That's the Stella. The Carnarvon tablet is in Crackerville. I think it's in Berlin or somewhere. Okay. And that is a reproduction that, the thought is like, they would instruct people to be scribes, right? And they would write down things. So actually, let me just show you. I can show you exactly what the tablet looks like. So this is the next book after the construction of Black civilization, which is a translation of these two stela. Where are we at? So they call this a Carnarvon tablet. So essentially, you would have these tablets where students would write down things that are famous, like the instructions of Imahu Patahotep or Imahu Kagimni or any of these people, right? So Carnarvon tablet, this is the obverse, reverse side. And then this is actually my photograph, right? So I'm here in the Luxor Museum, and I see this, and I'm like, wow, this is the whole thing, right? So I take photographs because I'm there not as a tourist. I'm there because I'm rescuing the library of my ancestors. Absolutely. And this is what I use later on in my Medu Neter study group and in my Medu Neter class, right? So all of these are like my own photographs, and that's what we're using. And myself and Seba Bonochi Montgomery, who's taught Medu through Abibitumi since like '09 or something like that. And then Okunitalawa Dodo, who recently completed his PhD from Temple University. So he's also very, very good at Medu. So we're working on this as a collaborative document, and it's structured very similarly to the construction of Black civilization. But what I'm doing is I'm translating every line into Akan and Yoruba. Seba Bonochi Montgomery is translating it into Ebonics.
Okay.
And Okunyatalawa Dodo is translating it into Jamaican, what people
Patois.
call, what people call patois, but he hates the term patois. He calls it Jamaican, so I'm gonna roll with him on that.
Okay.
So this is where we are, and we're gonna do this commentary. So for example, if you go to Egyptologists, they'll translate this word him as His Majesty, right? But him is the exact same word for servant, right? Now in Akan, there's this. Adinkra says, "Neo peso bidihene no onsi asomansa." One who wants to be ruler should learn service before. So it's basically the word for the ruler, or one of the words for the ruler, is to refer to him as his servant, and it'll refer to him as being the servant of the nature, right?
Right.
So it's an entirely different worldview from translating it as His Majesty, because that's not what the word is saying. It's literally, you can look at the dictionary, and this is the word for servant in one context, but now it's the exact same word, but now they're saying majesty, and that's not our worldview per se. So we are all the way through the Carnarvon tablet, which is the first one. That's Stella number 1. And then Stella number 2 starts off with, "There's bad news in your town." And he's basically talking smack to this cracker who he's about to crush, right? Where are we at?
And this will be made available for.
This is going to be a book.
I know, but so a book, and I suppose this would be a form of oral tradition, or rather history and history and culture written down in a book that people can pick up and use in schools. I imagine, right?
Yeah. Anyone who wants to use it in schools.
Just on that question of education, because the issue that we're finding, that a lot of us are finding, even me, my son, my oldest boy, I'm taking him to school, and what you find is the school's orientation is Christian. It's Eurasian. It's everything. It's anti-Kemetyu. It's anti-Kemet, basically.
Yeah.
How do we what kind of solutions do you think that we can find to educate our children in a way that will keep them in the direction of thinking Kemet-wise, thinking land of black people?
Yeah. So I'm going to show you this. I have it as a PNG, and it's transparent. I'm going to see if I can do it a different way. Yes, it's not going to show well. Can you see this?
I think we can see it. I think we can still see it.
You can see it? Okay.
Yeah, the text we can see.
So on Thursdays, I teach my children Medu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what is written in the front of the statue of my father. So we decided not to write anything in Latin. We didn't write that, Nana, Kamau, Kambon.
Mm-hmm.
We decided to write the entire, plaque here in Medu.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the lesson, is you all are going to read this in Medu, and you're going to understand the worldview. And a lot came out from it because there's a lot of the worldview that's embedded in the language, right? So Ahu Ikwer Inra. So I remember first coming across this in Medu class with Obenfoobadele Mario Beatty, this idea of Ahu Ikwer, which is like an excellent spirit. The idea is like almost glowing. So the idea is that when a person passes away, they transfigure into this type of bird, which is like a glowing bird that eventually goes over the, great green and, so forth. So Ahu, and then this lets you know that this is a grandcestor, right? In this particular context. And then Ikwer, and this lets you know that it's an abstract concept. This is the indirect genitive, that's of, and then Ra. And then this is letting you know that this is a nature that we're talking about. So the first line is his name written phonetically. So anyone 2,000 years from now can read it and they'll know how to say his name. And then the second one is his name written semantically. So Kamau translates to quiet warrior. So I'll show you where that is, here. So we have two lines. One is so you can say his name out loud. The other one is you can know the deeper meaning of his name that, basically animated his life and, directed him, so forth. Because again, we started off talking about the significance of names. So quiet warrior is how he actually operated. He was more so living as a solutionary than let me go out and lecture about being a solutionary, right? So ahu ikwer in ra ka mau, right? So mau is the word for new. So not only did I want it to be phonetically rendered, but so it can actually say something. So it's like a new ka, right? And the ka is the part that after you transition, this is the part that receives offerings, right? So you'll have like a kapesh, which is like the foreleg of an ox or whatever the case may be. You'll say that this is ka and this is for the ka. So he's literally a new ka in this regard that would be receiving offerings to this statue, right? So that's what we're saying. So I'm explaining. So for the children, they're like, well, what's a ka? And like a ka is like the kra in chi, right? So then it goes into, well, what's a kra? Well, a kra is the part of you that comes from onyame that's responsible for your nkrabia, your destiny. Now, mind you, we're having the entire class in chi. So I'm not saying this in English to them. So not only are they learning Medu Neter, but they're also deepening their understanding of chi as we're going through reading the nameplate plaque for my father. So he's a new Kamau Rashid. So his middle name was Rashidi, and the name book he got out of it, he got it out of was the same one that my name came out of, and he got it through Kiswahili.
Bakari.
Right. So like all of our names came out of one single book. I can actually have the exact book that he used because he wrote on the front inside cover the names that ended up becoming the names that we had. So he went to the New York Library and scoured for African name books. So this is long before I'm born. People ask me, when did you change your name to Obadele? I'm like, I never changed my name. So I have that exact same book that has his handwriting, the exact one that he used. And he starred the ones that eventually became our names. And the other ones he put to the side, like, oh, maybe this will be good, maybe that'll be good. But yeah, so that's that.
Okay.
So Ra is, of course, what they translate as the sun, but this is now the sun as the Neter. And then Shid is to be an educator or a guardian, right? And because he was actually in education, he taught at the university level for 18 years and so forth and so on. So it's basically like saying, you could look at it as nouns in apposition. You could look at it as possessive because that's how it is in Medu Neter. You have different interpretations, but Ra is like, the shining Neter, and then Shid is the educator. But now, if you actually want to say, all right, well, if you're just reading it in Medu Neter without looking at his name, what would it be? So Rashidi, he got the translation as of good count. Well, actually, that's for the semantic side, so I'll come back to that part. So we're just going to read out phonetically. And then Kambon is the last name. So what I did is you have this thing that's called honorific transposition, where you will write the name of a Neter, a divinity, before you'll write the name of something that is not necessarily a divinity. And that's honorific. So because this is a sacred entity, you write the name first, even though in speech you'll say it last, right? So this is Kam, which is the black man, Kam, and then Benu, which is interestingly, that was the name of our cultural center in North Carolina, the Benu Cultural Center. So the Benu is what in Greco-Roman thought they referred to as the phoenix. So long before there was a Greece or a Rome, we talked about the Benu bird that spread wisdom and knowledge. That's why they named the cultural center that throughout the land, and then eventually perished in a fire. And then from that fire came the next Benu bird that spread knowledge and wisdom all throughout the world, right? So, it actually means something too. So it's saying Kambon, but it's saying like Kam Benu in this way.
Okay.
And then Ma'acheru is saying true of voice. So after a person recites the 42 declarations of innocence, as people term it, then they are judged as their heart is lighter or heavier than a feather. And then they would, if they have said everything true, I have not Like for me, I would be like, I've never slept with a white woman. Like, great. So that's one of my declarations of innocence. Uh, so I already have in mind some of my declarations of innocence. Like, I never let a white person set foot on the land of black people, so forth. So all of those.
Yep.
So that's my. And what's interesting, people talk about the 42, but when you read, for example, the declarations of Imahu Ani, that's going to be different from the declarations of like I have a set of posters, and I could probably, well, let me not bring it down, but you'll have different ones, and different ones have, some of them are going to be the same, but then you're going to have some that are specific to that person, right? Because like somebody who's a general can't say I have not killed, right? Because that's your job to restore Ma'at. You're supposed to kill the Amu when they come into the land of black people. So what are you talking about? I have not killed. You're supposed to do it. Whereas a farmer is not supposed to do that. You're supposed to provide food. So it's different for different people. But you have some that are kind of formulaic, and even a sequence that they may or may not occur in. But all of that is to say that after you're adjudicated as you said all 42 and you were truthful, then you're ma'acheru, you're true of voice, right? So that's that. And when in classical Kemet, they would say ma'acheru, it would be like in English saying RIP, rest in peace, because people know that the name that came in front is someone that has transitioned, and you're saying that this is someone who has been adjudicated as true of voice, right? So of course we're going into the scales and the ostrich feather, and the heart being lighter and so forth and so on. And again, this is all just yesterday in class. So that was outside. We're doing class outside. So now imahu, this is another common term for someone who has transitioned, and it's like the venerable one, the revered one, right? Her usir, this is like in proximity. Usually I'll say beside or something. So the revered one in proximity to usir, and usir is the actual one who is doing the adjudication in the duat, right? So this is just like the prelude to now saying the name. So ahut shita. So ahut is the warrior, and you can see there are a couple of ones. I chose the one that has the archer has a bow and arrow, because there are a couple of variations of how you can represent this. So this is the warrior, and then shata is the word for quiet. Now initially I wanted to use gare, which is to be quiet, and like that's when I think about quiet and meta nature. That's the one that comes to mind first. But you have this idea of shata or teshta or something like this, because it has not only a connotation of quietness, but my middle nature teacher actually has a paper on this, because they talk about the mystery schools or something like this. But it's like awo. If you understand, like Babalao, awo is like secrecy, but in the sense of you have to go through certain stages before you can know the in-depth knowledge, right? So like that's the quiet that we're talking about in the sense of quiet warrior, right? And then Rashidi, like in the book that he got it from, it gave the translation of good counsel. If you look at Kiswahili, translations, it's something like one who is rightly directed, or someone who is true of faith, or something of that idea. And I decided to use this rendering of it because this is similar to a rendering that you find is what they call a nefer her construction, and it's similar to a line in the text of Sarah Kamos that I mentioned is the most important text for our socio-political worldview, right? Our socio-political theory, because it talks about what to do about Black people who know that they're Black. It talks about what to do with Black people who are phenotypically Black, but don't behave in such a way. It talks about those who are external to the land of Black people, who are in league with the non-Blacks. And of course, it talks about what to do about the non-Blacks, right? So it's very comprehensive in terms of every single constituency. It talks about what to do about them, right? But to come back here, it talks about as Amen, who is of good counsel, endures, I shall not leave you alone. I will be on you. So he's basically talking smack about what he's about to do to this cracker, right? So this is Nefer Secher, and it's basically like saying of good counsel. So I basically took the translation that he got from the book, but it still has the idea of being rightly directed because Amen is the one who is of good counsel. And if you listen to Amen, he's not going to lead you astray. He's going to show you what to do. And there's a similar text in the Battle of Kadesh where Ramesu is addressing Amen about what to do about these Amu, these wretches who are ignorant of the nature. So yeah, it's giving that translation, but again, it's giving a deeper meaning. That's actually an oblique reference to these very, very important historical texts about Black people, the Kemetyu, fighting and driving off the Amu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the translation that he had of Kambon, it said that in the book, it said that it's a name from Nigeria. Now, how more broad can you get than that, right? It didn't say specifically,
okay.
but I looked up like different groups that may have the word bon or mbon for people because he had it as of the people or in the spirit of the people. And I came across a small group in southeastern Nigeria called Ito Mbon Uzo.
In fact, I was thinking of Calabar people from that part of the world. Mbon.
Exactly.
Mbon. Mm.
So I was like, most likely, if it just says Nigeria, I'm looking at southeastern Nigeria, Calabar, somewhere in there. As if it's of the people, then Mbong is most likely from there. But I haven't verified that 100%. But instead of just of the people, he always looked at it as of the spirit, in the spirit of the people. So like anytime people asked us Kambon, we always look at it as in the spirit of the people. So we use this exact same ka. We could have used ba, and I was even looking at it as, is it more of the ka side of quote unquote spirit, or is it more of the ba side? But I thought it was more of the ka in the sense of the collective ka of Black people. So ka Kemetyu. So this is saying in the spirit, quote unquote. And then I didn't just want it to be of the people because, like I mentioned, the word remech, it translates to the people of Kemet, but then it could be used more broadly as mankind or humanity. So I didn't want it to be ambiguous. So ka Kemetyu, like in the spirit of Black people, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then Ma'acheru, again, true of voice. So this is that was our lesson yesterday, and I thought it was very poignant. That's a statue as we were doing it, so that's a folder that goes through a lot of that. But again, all of that came through this text of Sarah Kamos, and again, this is going to be a very important book that's also going to prevent the Egyptian government from granting me a visa. Because it talks about this is driving out the Hyksos, the Amu, right? The Hakao Hasut. And yeah, it's just very profound in terms of talking about what to do about them. There's another text about Teti Sa Pepi, and I'll drive this home because this is the free your mind and your behind will follow theory, right? A lot of people think that or thought in the 80s and 90s when we had a lot of Black bookstores and lectures and whatever, that once people know about our past glory, then they will behave differently, right? Now, in this stela, it talks about Teti Sa Pepi, and Teti Sa Pepi is someone who is Kim, right? He's of Kemet, right? A man of Kemet, right? However, Sarah Kamos, actually, I could go to the line because we've already translated that line. Teti. So it says, I was on watch near Wahit to confine in opposition Teti, the son of Pepi, in the interior of Neferusi. Here we come again. He said, I did not let him run away. I encircled the Eurasian harassers of Kemet. He, and that's referring to Teti, the son of Pepi, he made Neferusi as a nest for the Amu. So here you have someone who's in Kemet, right? He is Kemeti, but he has made his town of Neferusi a nest for these non-Black Amu, these foreigners, right? And then he goes in to say what he's going to do about that. He says, I spent the night in my boat with my happy heart. I laid waste to the walls and killed up his people. That's our Ebonics thing. Inside its wall, I caused his wife to be sent to Mariette. My army existed like lions. They took hold of their belonging, fats, honey, and the city. I went about dividing their things with joyful hearts. And even before that, he talks about he's going to slit his belly open, right? Let me come back to that. Very, very nice stuff, right? But anyway, all of that is just going into this point of even during Kemet, the idea is a false premise to think that once people learn about Kemet, now they're going to be revolutionary because Teti son of Pepi, of course, knew about Kemet. And not only is he talking about past glory, at his time, all of the Meru, the pyramids, are intact, right? All of the Hut Necheru are intact. All of the temples, all of these texts that we're trying to research now, all of those are there and readily accessible. But he's made a decision that he is going to make Neferusi, which is literally saying its beauty. That's what the town's name means. He's going to make Neferusi a nest for these Amu, right? And we have people who are, let me not say we have, they have black people who are physically black, but they are the modern day Teti son of Pepi. So no matter how much Kemet that they study or ancient Egypt they study, they're there saying, you know what, Kemet doesn't mean black. And then once these exact same people who once, like a month ago, were saying Kemet doesn't mean black, now they will switch and say Kemet means black, but it means the soil is black, just like the white people say. Like these are the modern day Teti son of Pepi, and they deserve the exact same treatment that Sarah Kamos gave to Teti son of Pepi, is that their bellies need to be slit open. I don't know if that's going to get you in trouble with your YouTube audience. And I'm not saying by me, I'm just saying if that happened, I wouldn't cry any crocodile tears for that. So, but let's put it in its historical context. That's what Sarah Kamos would have done. So we have modern day Sarah Kamoses, and we have modern day Teti's son of Pepi. So, that's all just going into this idea that free your mind and your behind will follow. Once we know about our past glory, then we're going to do something different. So that's internal. You have someone who's black physically, but he has made a decision that he's going to be a sellout, right? So that's one thing. Sarah Kamos Stella, the two Stella, it tell us what to do about that type of person. But then it talks about the Medjai. So the Medjai are people who are quote unquote Nubians, but they are part and parcel of this force that is assisting Sarah Kamos in driving out the Amu. So here are people who they don't necessarily refer to themselves as Kemetyu. Their main endonym for themselves is we are Medjai, which is a type of quote unquote Nubian, but they're very clear on who they are, and whose side they should be on, which is they should be on the side of Kemetyu because we're all black people, right? And we should all come together, just like in the text of Imahu Weni. That was this Pan-African force, quote unquote, that has all these black people coming together to drive out the Amu way back in the Old Kingdom. That the Medjai, who are listed in that group of the Pan-African force, are doing the exact same thing. So you have people who don't necessarily self-identify as Kemetyu, but they're in alignment and an allegiance to Kemet, the land of black people, in driving the Amu out of the land of black people. That's also another constituency that's very important for us to understand. Then you have the non-black people, and the text is clear as day. It talks about your women will not be able to conceive in their bellies when they hear the shriek of my army that coming, like literally, like this is like a rap song. When you read the Stella Sarah Kamos, I'm kind of dating myself. This is the 90s. If you'll hear Shook Ones by Mobb Deep in the background starting to play. Like this is the soundtrack for Sarah Kamos is Mobb Deep, Shook Ones. This is what's going on. You're in a crook, son. You just a shook one.
To all the killers and the $100 billers.
Right. So that's Sarah Kamos. He's straight, gangster before gangster even existed. B-boy braggadocio. He's telling you ahead of what he's doing to you, what he's about to do to you, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? Like Jordan, like. I think about people like Michael Jordan. What if he actually had something useful to do with his life other than play basketball? This should be a general in terms of driving the Amu out of the land of black people. Look at the drive. Look at the determination. Yeah. But they're literally paying him to build white institutions. Not to single out Michael Jordan, but, because, I grew up in the 90s and Michael, like all of that type of stuff. But I'm saying just generally look at all of the athletes, who have, their field generals or court generals or their whatever, but literally all of their vigor, virile drive, their will to win, instead of fighting for the land of black people, they're working for the white owner of the Dallas Cowboys or for whoever to just waste their entire lives away to build white institutions. And that's really what their unfettered access to our brains has done, is it makes us not do anything useful. We only work for Amu, right? And if they approach us saying that, we wouldn't do it. But if they approach us, here's $1 billion contract, we say, yes, boss. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I'm going through the constituencies. So it goes through what to do about the non-black Amu, right? And that is that they should be burnt. They should be driven. They should be cut off their hands. You get that from the autobiography of Yamo, son of Abana, where he talks about, I crossed the river, I took 2 captives, I cut the hands off of this one, because you actually had to show the hands of the Amu who you kill in order to get like the gold and the flies. You know how flies are always on food. They never let the food, you swat it away. And that, so they actually had that as like a medal, a gold medal. And you could see that in the museum in Luxor, Wasset, right? They actually have that. And you can actually see the body of Sarah Yamos, the actual one who drove them out. I don't know if they've moved it to, they have the Grand Museum now. But when I was there last, because they don't let me go there now, you could actually see the grandsister who drove the Amu out of the land of black people. Look at how powerful that is. However, he's in prison. So museums are prisons for the grandcestors, and then prisons are prisons for those of us who are still alive. So the Amu are, doing the exact same thing, literally putting our grandcestors in prison. That's a sidebar. The next constituency is people who phenotypically qualify as black people, but who do not self-identify as black people and who are in allegiance with Amu. So Teti, son of Pepi, is inside of Kemet. He's Kemeti, but he's a sellout. Here you have people who are phenotypically black, but they're also sellouts and they're in allegiance. So you find this is in the second stela, where he's captured a message that was being sent from the Amu to the quote-unquote Nubians, Nahasyu, who are there. So, we have the Nahasyu who are in allegiance with black people, but here he's sending this letter. He was like, oh, why haven't you been in communication with me? So like this establishes like they've been going back and forth. And he's like, you should come north because no one in Kemet can stand up to you. And then we'll split Kemet up. And then, the people of quote unquote Kush, Nubia, what they now call it today, will be in joy. But Sarah Kamos intercepts that letter, intercepts that missive, and he goes and beats the behinds of those people who phenotypically are black but are in allegiance with the Amu. So he beats the behinds of those sellouts internal. He beats the behinds of the sellouts external. He beats the behinds of the Amu who are just the enemy, period. So again, you can derive our entire social theory just from that one text, because it tells you all of the various constituencies and what to do about them. Not that it's, rocket science or what we need to do about them. At this point, it's just rewards and punishments in order to accomplish those ancient goals. I would say ancient, this is like 3,500 years ago that we're talking about this. And the exact same thing still applies. He was corrective counsel. I'm using that term because that's what he says about Amen, who's Amen, corrective counsel. Like that advice of what he's telling you to do, that still holds right now. Internal sellouts, external sellouts, and enemies in general, that's still what we need to do. I see somebody put in the chat, wow. So most people aren't reading text from Kemet, and if they are, it's like real, let me put it like this, lightweight stuff, generally. But this is now actually going into, this is what our ancestors wrote down because they wanted us to know this. They wanted us to read this. Because once you read this, you will behave differently. You're not going to say ancient Egypt anymore once you read this text. You're going to say this is Kemet. You're not going to say ancient Egyptians anymore. You're not going to say that the soil is black because this is saying that. And this is the thing, we're not debating anyone on whether the quote unquote ancient Egyptians are black. That was for 1974.
Yes.
That so here we are 50 years down the line. We're not debating that. What we're doing is we are bringing out what we did on the basis of the blackness, which is we brought together other black people and we drove out the non-black people. And that's what's most relevant about Kemet right now. Like out of everything about Kemet, the pyramids and the golden this and whatever, the most important point for all Kemetyu contemporarily to know is what our ancestors wrote down so that we would know it right now in the form of these texts that we're talking about. And the reason why it's most relevant is because, again, you have Ma'at on the different levels. On the cosmic level, right now, we're not so much into shifting, the planetary bodies. Those are already in harmony. Now, Amu are trying to do that right now. They have the Dyson sphere, where they're trying to encase the entire star inside of a sphere and then basically enslave a star. This is what crackers are talking about right now. And then use the power in order to do intergalactic travel. They're trying to do the exact same thing for a black hole and enslave the black hole and get not some of its energy, but all of its energy. They got cartoons about this, so their children are growing up seeing it. It's called Kurzgesagt, which is in a nutshell in whatever cracker language it is. Swedish, I don't even know what it is. But that's what they're doing. That's what they're up to. But for us, the planetary bodies are in harmony. They're in Ma'at. So our responsibility collectively is to ensure that Ma'at exists on a socio-political level. That was the role of the ruler in classical times. We don't have a set ruler who is doing that right now. We can perhaps say Traore is the closest that we got to that right now in Burkina. But to make sure that Ma'at exists on the land. And that's the reason why we're driving the Amu out, because text after text after text is talking about anytime they come in, they bring death and destruction, rape and ravage, pillage and plunder. So Kepere Soneb is talking about that. Imahu Ipuwer is talking about that. Imahu Neferti. All of these texts are talking about anytime they come in, they're bringing death and destruction, pillage and plunder. So there's no Ma'at existing whenever they come in. And, there are like all these litany, almost poetic verses about what happens when they come in. Like the river has turned red because of the blood. The one who had a tomb, their body is now discarded on the shore. The one who had wealth is now, in rags. Meanwhile, the one who had rags is now elevated. That's like Teti son of Pepe, right? He's working for the Amu, so he's good to go. But it's basically like everything is upside down, inside out, and backwards. And that's what happens when the Amu come in. So Ma'at is not there at her seat, but in the privacy of Neferti, for Ma'at to return to her seat, these ones have to fall to the flame. Those ones have to fall to the sword. And then Ma'at will return to her seat while Isfet is driven away. Very profound. So our responsibility is not past glory or blah, blah, blah. It's that we're supposed to restore Ma'at on this plane. And that is by restoring this land to be the land of Black people, exactly as we used to do when we had sense. But again, and the thing about Kemet is that Kemet isn't all good, quote unquote. It's not, because at a certain point, this is in the exact same Kemet we're talking about, is when they start to allow the Amu to come in, where they start to marry the princesses of the Amu, where we bring the princes into the court. Whereas before we're talking about smiting them, driving them out, building walls to crush them. Now we're talking about, we got, these goods that were imported from the land of the Amu. We're actually going, there's a text. Which one is this? The name is escaping me, but it's like a ladder text that it's going to come to me. www, the name starts with W. But see, this is going to just piss me off until I remember the name. But anyway, it's someone from Kemet who's sent on a mission to go to Lebanon. Retinue, the exact same people of Retinue who Sabah Kamos is driving out. Now he's trying to go and get cedar from Lebanon, and he's getting insulted. His ship is being, detained. He's being, like just driven to and fro. and all the stuff by the exact same Lebanese who are in Ghana right now. These exact same Lebanese who are in Ghana right now. So people don't know any history, because how could you be buddy-buddy with the Lebanese when you can read a text about this fight that we've had against the Lebanese going back 2,000, 3,000 years, 4,000 years? But you're buddy-buddy with the Lebanese who have stolen all of your wealth, who have cornered markets, who have driven you out of your own markets in your own country, in the land of Black people. Meanwhile, your ancestors were fighting to keep these princes of retinue out of the land of Black people, but you don't know any of that. They know it, though. This is why the Lebanese will spit on the ground and force a Ghanaian worker to lick it up, because they know this. Only the Black people don't know this. Everybody else is laughing at us because we don't know. You know, Count Volney, his thing where he says, you know, these people who are now downtrodden and, you know, looked upon with scorn and cast down, blah, 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 that these are the ones who invented writing and math and, you know, who we owe letters and sciences to, right? And then you had Champollion, the elder, who was saying, well, even though they have black skin and woolly hair, that doesn't mean that they're Black people. Imagine the gaslighting before there's even the word gaslighting, right? They have black skin and woolly hair, but that doesn't make them Black. So Volney's assertion is apparently, you know, without basis, right? So yeah, we've kind of covered a lot of ground, but all of what we're talking about in terms of making this the land of Black people again, this is why we have Repatriate to Ghana, to assist those people who are clear on the work, because this is the only work that there has ever been, which is restoring Ma'at. There's never been any work. So people talk about class analysis, or they talk about whatever they talk about. All of that is imaginary. All of those are bones that are thrown to dogs who don't know any better, right? But for anyone who actually knows anything, who can read, who knows the words of our ancestors, they know that the only work that there's ever been is the completion of the great work, which is to make Kemet the land of Black people. And each ruler is going further south and bringing in more Black people, establishing that all of this is now Kemet. All of this is the land of Black people, and making sure that the incarnation of Isfet, which is the Amu, is not allowed to come in. And if they do come in, to drive them out. Just like how we did at the first Abibitumi Conference on Black Power. If you know better, you can do better.
If you know better, you can do better. Doc, just one question quickly, and then sorry guys, we have to wrap up. The Amu are, I've answered this one already, but he says the Amu Repatriation Nation says the Amu are the white supremacists. I suppose they're just white people in general, or non.
The reason why I've been saying throughout, I may say quote unquote so-called whites, but in classical times, so I'm trying to like even look at how our ancestors saw it. We didn't call them white people. We didn't call them white, yeah, good point. We call ourselves Black people, and we call them foreigners. They are foreign to the land of Black people, which is actually the case, because I actually looked up the oldest mutation of the gene SLC24A5, and it's found in a cave in what's now modern day Georgia in the Caucasus Mountains. This is the oldest evidence that's known. It's around 12,000 years ago. The oldest evidence that's known of this specific genetic mutation that's made someone to be non-Black.
Okay.
Right?
Fully Homo sapien sapien, full human.
Yes. Like only 12,000 years ago. So we're here in this contemporary time.
That recent?
Man, that recent. So I always had this as like a research question of, if we know that the first human beings are Black, when did this reverse wave come back in of non-Blacks who are getting to, like the Indo-Aryans? When are they getting to what's now modern day India? When are the Amu getting to Saudi Arabia? You know, Chancellor Williams, he starts off Destruction of Black Civilization. He says, what happened to the people of Sumer? Because legend says that the people of Sumer were Black. Oh, they lost their history, so they died. So at some point in time, everybody on the planet is Black, right? Yeah. But at some point in time, those who had this genetic mutation, and that's the oldest evidence, and it's found from the inside of a bone. They actually got the DNA from the inside of a bone. I think it's the cartilage from the inside of a bone somewhere in the cheekbone, something like this. Um, but they think that the oldest possibility of that genetic mutation is no more than like 19,000 years, maybe 20,000 years tops.
Really?
Man, it's so recent.
Really?
So,
For years, it was like 200,000, 150,000,
so
300,000.
200,000 is when you're still talking about black people. You're talking about Omo
Wow,
1 and Omo 2,
that's interesting. Okay.
right? In the Omo River Valley, right?
Mm,
So you're still talking about black people, all, and then you
that's
have 315,000. That's what's now modern day Morocco. That's now considered to be the oldest example of Homo sapiens sapien. There's still some debate about whether that's still fully Homo sapiens sapien, but that pushes the date back. But all of these are still black people. And then you can go back to,
it's
Dinknesh, and that's still
a
black
lot more
people.
recent. It's a lot more recent than I
And
thought.
you can go all the way back to Chad, right? So where that fossil of Tumai, the old man of Chad, is found is most likely at what would have been the shore of Lake Chad. Of course, Lake Chad has gotten smaller, but it shows you just where we would have been when the Sahara was green, because again, you have these periods of green Sahara, dry Sahara, green Sahara, um, you know, interstitial periods and so forth. But yeah, so that was always my question of when did the Amu, and I wasn't phrasing, I was like Caucasians or those who came from the Caucasus Mountains, or why are they even called Caucasians? When did they start this reverse migration into the land of black people? And that's the significance of the Sarah or the Heru Narmer palette, because this is before they even started using the term Sarah, the Heru Narmer palette, because this shows you that they got all the way into Lower Kemet by the time of the foundation of Kemet.
Interesting.
And it also tells you the impetus of why we're calling our land Kemet, the land of black people, because literally anywhere that all throughout history, before and after, all throughout history, anytime that we find ourselves in close proximity to non-blacks, we refer to ourselves as black people.
True.
So that's in classical Kemet, that's in South Africa, that's Nana Steve Biko, Black Consciousness, that's in the United States, the Black Power movement, that's in Haiti and the Constitution of Nana Jean-Jacques Dessalines, where he says everyone of Haiti is going to be called black people. That's in Jamaica, Nana Paul Bogle, cleave to the black. That's everywhere throughout space and time that we're in proximity to our non-black enemies is when you find what I call this Dikinga theory. Remember, we talked about this rising and setting of the sun. And it's very commensurate to all living creatures that are social, that want to survive, is that you have bison that come together on the basis of being bison when they're surrounded by wolves. Now, when there are no wolves around, they butt heads around who's going to mate and who's going to be the top bison and so forth, right? And it can get very violent. But anytime that there are wolves, they all come together. The young are in the middle of the circle, and then they make a united front. So this is like pan-bisonism, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The exact same thing for hyenas when there are lions around, when there are hyenas around, wildebeest, zebras, orcas, you name it, sardines, any type of creature that's a social creature, ants, they all come together on the basis of what they have in common, which is shared ancestry, shared descent, which is clear through shared phenotype, right? Because your phenotype is ultimately coming from the genes that you have, unless there are mutations that make your phenotype look different in the case of the very first Amu. So that's a significant finding from the book, is that, yeah, the Amu got all the way to Lower Kemet at the time of around 5,400 BCE on the short chronology. And right now, we can even look at the times that we're in right now, that they've gotten all the way to Sudan. And, Kilwa, they got all the way to Zanzibar. They got all the way to Morocco. They got all the way to Mauritania. So the significance of Kemet is the named stand of black people of keeping the Amu out of the land of black people. So when Kemet falls, this is where you get, where these Arabs come in. Remember 639 CE, this is when you get the deluge of all these Amu coming into the land of black people. And they're still here.
yeah. There's what is okay? Repression. This has to be the last question. What is to be done about albinos?
Mm-hmm.
Albinos. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the question. Don't know.
So this is a decent question in the sense of so I have children, so I'm always looking at documentaries. So we came across a documentary, Cosmos. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going into the difference between uh, natural selection versus artificial selection. So natural selection, he's talking about the rise of polar bears. Artificial selection, he's talking about the rise of dogs, ultimately coming from wolves. So in natural selection, in the case of polar bears, he's talking about, let's say you're in an environment where, all right, here you have a mutation. So albinos can come up. So people say albinos, whatever your pronunciation is, tomato, tomato. So you can have a situation like here on the continent where any mutation can happen at any time, but there are shared genes that are implicated, such as what I'm mentioning, SLC24A5 for albinism, leucism, and so forth and so on, and what we're talking about in terms of the rise of crackers, the exact same gene. For Eastern Eurasians, there's a case of convergent evolution because there's a different gene. This was referred to as OCA2 polymorphism. So they look non-black, but for a different reason, for a different gene. But what they have in common is they were in an environment that rewarded someone who has a lack of blackness, right? So you're in a place that's a cold, icy tundra, the Caucasus Mountains, what's now modern day Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Not Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, but Georgia, that Georgia. So it can happen randomly. It could happen because there is too much threonine in your diet, whatever it is, right?
Or you're near water that has a lot of omega from fish oils and stuff like that, so your
Mhm,
skin gets dark or something like that
mhm.
in like Russia or something like that.
So
Yep.
there are a lot of things that are happening, but here we're just talking about here's a genetic mutation for whatever reason that this
Mm,
particular genetic mutation happened. So now let's say, and this is again going to the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. Let's say that you're in an environment where it kind of pays off to not have melanin.
mm,
Why? Because if you are hunting and there's not too much vegetation, so you're not picking bananas or mangoes or whatever, when you're hunting, you kind of blend in with the snow, with the glacier, with the
true,
tundra, and so forth. So you're more likely to be successful in your hunting
true.
than somebody who looks like, I don't know, you or me, right? Because they'll see us coming for a while, and that's the exact
Like,
same point that he makes in this, short thing, right? Um, so therefore, those who have this selective advantage in that particular environment, they're able to pass their genes on, and eventually, this is what comes to be the rise of polar bears, right? But
right.
it's not just polar bears. This happens across various populations. It happens amongst, what we're now referring to as Amu. It happens in Arctic hares, right? So there's a mutation that makes them, have this type of leucism, albinism, what we're talking about, but it pays off because they're better able to hide from the Arctic owls, right? Which are also white, right? Because that exact same thing happened for them. And you can name all of these different types of creatures that are in that environment: Arctic wolves, Arctic foxes. And this thing happened over the course of however many tens or hundreds of thousands of years, that it just happened, but it happened in an environment where there was a reward to it in
Mm-hmm.
terms of being able to pass on your genes, because I'm able to either hunt better or hide better,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? So I'm coming back to the thing about our albinos. So in an environment like here on the continent, there's not a reward for that, because by the same token, if you're trying to hunt, well, we see you coming from a mile away. You're not
Mm-hmm.
able to blend in like black people, so forth. And then, of course, the sunlight. We're able to process vitamin D at a rate where it's not going to cause skin cancer, melanoma, whatever, whatever. But in that environment, it's actually to the detriment of someone to have melanin, because you're in a place where there's barely any sunshine. So you have um, a provision to block out the excess sunlight, but there's not excess sunlight. So you're going to have vitamin D deficiency, crazily, like black people still do who live in Crackerville, right? And even in one single generation, people will say, like, oh, we're talking about black people now. You
Yeah.
come to Nigeria and you go back to the UKKK, oh, you look darker.
The
This is
black.
one generation. We're not even talking about tens of thousands of years. Not even a generation, like
It's
a
a season.
year,
Just a
a
season. Yeah.
season.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
saying, look at how much darker you are. And
Yeah.
then you
Yeah.
go to the UKKK and look at how light you are, right? So all of that is there. So now, we're coming to the actual answer to the question. That I remember a couple of years ago, the sister named Jifa. This is Mama Marimba's daughter. She caused like a kind of firestorm on email. This is before going viral was anything other than emails that are passing around. And she was basically making the point, if I remember correctly, that black people in the US are becoming white people
Yeah.
because the longer we stay in, not just culturally, but the longer we stay in those latitudes, the less melanin that we have. And we see over generations,
Yeah.
like if I look at pictures of my grandparents, they look like they came straight from Ghana. They look like they were in the market. But then, and there are a couple of reasons. One is that people are told you got to marry somebody lighter with good hair and whatever. So that's one thing.
Yeah.
And you got to marry a white man. Like that's one side. But the other side is just literally you're not getting as much sunlight to maintain melanin. So literally, natural selection is saying we're rewarding those who are getting lighter progressively. So even beyond like a snap mutation, like we're talking about happen in the Caucasus Mountains, over time, even people who are black are going to get progressively lighter and
Yeah.
lighter and lighter, and they may even
Yeah.
intermarry with those who have those mutations.
Yeah.
But what's happening now with global warming is that the natural habitat of the Amu is shrinking. And you see this with polar bears, their natural habitat is shrinking. So now you have what they call pizzlies and grolar bears. So the polar bears are going further south and the grizzlies are going further north. So now they're mating, and that natural reward for being in a white environment and having white fur, that's undoing itself, it's unraveling itself. And the more that these cave beasts are contributing to global warming, what they're actually doing is they're getting rid of the environment that makes them exist,
Mm. Mm.
which is, now they're trying to go to Mars. That's Elon Musk and all that. They're trying to colonize the moon. And I remember I came across an article by who's the cracker in the wheelchair, the physicist,
Oh, Stephen King.
Stephen
Hawking.
Hawking.
Sorry. Stephen Hawking. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. So I remember I came across an article, of course, before he died, where he's saying, yeah, we're in a time where we have the ability to destroy the Earth, and we also have the ability to colonize other planets. So he's talking about crackers, of course, need to go to other planets so that when we do destroy the Earth, there's a backup, right?
Yeah.
This is his backup drive,
Yeah.
just Mars or wherever he's talking about, the moon. And terraforming Mars, terraforming Venus, doing whatever it is that they're going to do. Um, but the point I'm driving at is albinos are not being rewarded. And it's actually, I came across articles that talked about within the next 50 years, there are going to be places on the earth that are inhabited now that are going to be absolutely uninhabitable. So before the year 2100, places that are, in like the Sahara Desert, maybe there's an oasis there, whatever, that those are going to be absolutely uninhabitable. And what's happening is that it's going to be what we're seeing with the polar bears. They're going to die out. It's going to be the exact same thing that happens with the Amu. They're actually going to be destroying the habitat that gives rise to a reward for albinism or leucism or progressive, slower lightening that is useful in an ice age, right? A glacial age or something like that. Um, so some people say, oh, basically leave it to nature to take care of it, but we also have to play a role because again, that's Ma'at being restored on the cosmic level, inadvertently by the ones who are destroying nature, that they're actually getting rid of the habitat that gives rise to their very existence. So that's things coming full circle. And some people will talk about it like, you have the age of Hapi, that's the water bringer. So, they talk about Intiu, the fish, and then the age of Papi. This is actually where you have a rise in sea levels. All of those ports where black people were enslaved, all of those are going to be underwater. So, what greater vengeance from our ancestors who are buried in the biggest graveyard in the history of the entire planet Earth, what they call the Ethiopian Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean, that they're coming with vengeance. All of those port towns, Charleston, New York, what is this, Netherlands, all these places are going to be underwater, and our ancestors are going to have their vengeance. But that's on the cosmic level. We have a responsibility on the socio-political level, right? It's not, well, their environment's going to go out, so they'll die out or whatever. No, we have a role to play too, socio-political level. And then Ma'at also exists on the individual level, right? So that's what I can say to that they're being dealt with on the cosmic level. But what I'll say is that for the Amu specifically, um, there's something that needs to be done about them.
Okay.
And that's what my father was all talking about when he became the solutionary that he's known for.
I read an article on Lisapo Yakama titled "How White Peoples Appeared on Earth" that speaks on. Oh, sorry, that's not a question. Where was your question? Thank you, Travis. So what is to be done? Okay, I understand you're saying albinos must be selected. Where is the question? There was a question I just saw.
I don't see another question. But this is the upshot of all of this, is that as long as, so this is also coming back to Repatriate to Ghana, as long as Black people live in those clans, then let's say that there are no more Amu on the planet Earth. This is Eurasians in general, Eastern Eurasians, Western Eurasians. There are no more Amu, right? Now let's say that Black people go back to those environments. Let's say global warming cools down. People end up going to the Arctic. Antarctica used to be like a less tropical place, right? So people go there, but now let's say there's another glacial age that this exact same thing can happen over again, that Amu can come out, again, non-Black people, because there can either be a mutation or there can be even just the fact, even if it's not, glacial, tundra, whatever type of weather there, the very fact that there's less sunlight, it's going to reward, quote unquote, those who have less melanin in those types of environments. So those are just some thoughts that I've had over the years on this particular topic. But like I said, one thing that I've been researching into, and it really clicked when you and I had that conversation about the Sauron normal palette, because and this is when you fell offline, because everyone who's in quote unquote Egyptology deals with that as a unification document, or even if they don't deal with it as a unification document, something along those well-traveled paths in terms of analyzing it. And this may be the case, it may not be. I've never come across anyone who's dealt with the Heru Narmer palette as this is where the Amu had gotten to coming from the Caucasus Mountains, and this is the last stand against the Amu at that time, and this is why we call Kemet Kemet.
Okay. So Doc,
and that's the book that's coming out.
That's the book that's coming out. So Doc, just briefly, Abibitumi. Let's just tell the people about Abibitumi. I talk about it every day, but if you want to just quickly, briefly tell us about how it was started. Actually, you talked about it earlier, but how it was started and why it's important that we're all on it now.
So I will do that, and I think we may need to close on this because I just looked and it's 12:57 my time.
My brother,
and my eyes are starting to suffer. But yeah, so
keep it short.
Yeah, so Abibitumi is both a physical location. That's where I'm located right now. That's only for Black people, but it's also an online location which is available through browser and app. So if you do a search Abibitumi, then actually let me just put it in so people know how to spell it. So if you do a search for Abibitumi, it's an all Black app. It's an all Black location, and essentially it is designed for the completion of the great work, which is making the land of Black people Black again, making Kemet Black once again. So I'd invite anyone who, I was talking to somebody about this not too long ago, but people on the Cracker platform say they have followers. I say they don't have followers, they have stayers. Followers means that you're going in a direction somewhere, like Nana Harriet Tubman had followers.
Yep.
So followers means that here I am talking to you, and if you hear me, I'm saying leave the Cracker thing. So I'm not saying don't leave the Cracker thing. Maybe one or two people are actually going to listen to me, but I'm saying leave the Cracker thing. Stop building white institutions altogether and come to the Black institutions. So Abibitumi is one. Earlier today, I installed Soft Talk on a brother's phone. I have absolutely no affiliation to Soft Talk. It's a brother out of Nigeria who started that. But because that is a Black digital space, I use that space. So it's not just, oh, well, you have Abibitumi, that's your thing. So that's why you want us to use Black stuff. No. Onjos is another one out of Cameroon. It's another chat application. There are several that are out there, but I would, just say, yes, come to either Abibitumi. If you don't want to come to Abibitumi, come to something made by Black people. Use phones made by Black people. Drive cars made by Black people. Wear clothes made by Black people. And in doing so, it serves multiple purposes. I usually talk about the economic purposes. I call it economic warfare. But the other purpose is internal psychological, in the sense that you're weaning yourself off of dependency on the Amu. So if we ever have a solution, an implementation of the solution to the problem, the very ones who are going to fight against the implementation are the ones who want the next iPhone. They want the next, I don't even know what they call it, metaverse 3D thing on their eyeballs.
Next,
So,
yeah.
so they don't want Amu to go away.
PS6, I think, is the new
Is
one.
that what's coming out now? I don't even know
So
what PS they're on
PS6 or
now.
5, one of them.
Whatever they're on. um, but this is a way that you can actually start working towards a solution to the problem, because you will start getting used to, I don't need Amu,
Yeah.
right? And the point I always make, because people say, well, how pragmatic and how practical is that? Because blah, blah, blah. So the point I always make is, it's not everything that Black people make, but whatever Black people make, it's our duty and responsibility to support those things. And I give the example of the Chinese. At one point, the Chinese made absolutely nothing but kung fu movies.
Yeah.
But they took the money from the kung fu movies in order to flip into everything that you know China for right now.
Yeah.
I think, half of the stuff that you'll see made out of plastic, anything, it says made in China. But all of us, not all of us, some of us are old enough to remember that China produced nothing but kung fu flicks. And it's Black people who went to the kung fu flicks and wanted to be Chinese and tried to slant our eyes and, wanted to be whatever. So it's Black money that built China, let the word go out. So, I'm very practical and pragmatic in that regard, in the sense that it's not everything that we produce, but whatever we produce, we can select any single thing, clothing alone, and use the money and flip it. Just like how they flip the Kung Fu movies, we could flip clothing alone in order to build whatever space stations we want.
Yeah.
Or anything that we decide, internet, paved roads, flying cars, whatever it is, clothing alone can do that. Mm-hmm. Or let's say, all right, let's not do clothing. Let's just do, I don't even know, furniture. Let's only buy furniture made by Black people. Let's stop using the schnapps and the gin and the whiskey, liquor alone. Man, liquor really. Like liquor could literally finance everything. The money that Black people spend on schnapps, this whatever they have here in Ghana, that alone could finance every single thing that we talk about abstractly that Black people need to do. Just the money that we give to the Amu for liquor. So it really comes down to our creative tastes and desires. There's a quote from the instructor of Imahu Patao Tap that I always quote. It says, "Usejumen chetef nesu chefti," and it translates to, "He who listens to his belly belongs to the enemy." Nana Thomas Sankara said, "He who feeds you controls you." And they're both saying the exact same thing. The creative tastes and desires of what Nana Amos Wilson talked about. So all of them are warning us, but how many of us are willing to say, oh, I like iPhones, but I don't want an iPhone? I had a talk not too long ago where I said, in all of Ghana, I don't know if I've ever met any single Ghanaian. Maybe I know one. That's Luanga, right? Who, if you gave him a Mercedes Benz, he would spit on it and burn it and say, I hate Mercedes Benz. I don't want this Mercedes Benz. Or at least at a lower level, say, let me sell it and buy a Kantanga. Like, maybe they're not that violent, but they'll say, I don't want this thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm somebody who I'm literally like, especially if there's a Black option. Let's say there's no Black option. Okay, well, all right, but you don't need a Mercedes Benz, so that's not the example that you're going to come to for that excuse. But with anything that most Black people want, there's a Land Cruiser, and somebody who's in Ghana who says, I hate Toyota, I hate the Japanese, and I don't want your Land Cruiser. I hate Land Cruiser. I want a Kantanka. That is when that's the general sentiment that you're actually going to see something different. Yeah. But we have the exact same values, not because we want it, but because that serves the interests of the people who put those values in us. We have those exact same values because it serves the interests of them. And therefore, we want the exact same things. We have the same creative tastes, the same creative desires. And therefore, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. And we're never choosing that one area to flip into everything else. And literally any one area that I've mentioned, or any area that I haven't mentioned, makeup alone, right? any single thing, much less all these things put together, where it's like, and for me, I try to be a model. I try to actually live it out, right? I don't think I'm perfect because I know that there are lots of things that Black people don't even make that I would like to buy from Black people. I would like to manufacture those things if black people don't make it, I'd like to manufacture it myself, but we're not there yet. So if we're not there yet, okay, let's get there. And that's what Abibitumi is about, actually building up the power to get to the point where we have the factories and the manufacturing, and we can actually practice functional hatred like the Chinese practice functional hatred on the global scale. They say, I hate your American thing, I love my thing. I hate your Japanese thing, I love my thing. I hate your Dutch thing, I hate your German thing, I hate all of y'all stuff, I love my own stuff. They practice enemy hatred and self-love. So I don't like the Chinese, but I can recognize that that's what they're doing. And no people ever get anywhere until they do that. The United States practiced protectionism all the way up until they got to be top dog and now free markets, right? Everybody knows they had tariffs on tea coming from Britain and all this other stuff. They practiced strict. They were the most protected country in the entire world until they got to be top dog. Japan did the same thing, closed borders. China did the same thing, Cultural Revolution. Every single people who have ever gotten to be anywhere, they practice enemy hatred and self-love before they got anywhere. But of course, we have Chris Insanity, amongst other things, that tells you to love your enemy. So as long as that stuff is going around, that's why you're at the bottom. That's why you're the laughing stock of the world.
Forgive those who persecute you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they said. All right, so Onuara.
Let's wrap up there, my brother. Thank you.
My brother from another mother. Please give greetings to Uche, my sister from another mister.
No problem. You see
my children who you've kidnapped, Daluchi, Izuba, and Niwe.
You will see them. You will see them. Hopefully next month. You'll see them.
Black Powerful. I would love that.
You see them
here at the Abibitumi headquarters.
Abibitumi headquarters. We put them on the roof. They misbehave. Pukweku and Izuba on the roof.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Those two coming together, I don't know what they will do. It may be like, they're trying to find this net positive nuclear fusion reactor. I think those two coming together will be the start of nuclear fusion energy here on the planet Earth. Forget about,
and you know what's funny? I bet Izuba is Kweku's height by now, even though there's a 2-year gap.
I bet.
So
Kweku has gotten to Ama's height. Let me not say that because
really?
He's sensitive about her height. So I think he's taller than Ama. Ama's not tall. Ama's not tall, so that's not saying much. But yeah, we'll see.
What's Ama like? 14 now?
She's 16 now.
16. Jeez.
So I repatriated 16 years ago. So anytime you want to know how old either one is, my repatriation of her is the same year.
My brother, let's wrap up. Yeah. I'm going to wrap up and then I'm going to say goodbye to you. So my people, thank you very much for tuning in. Over 4 hours. Again, get on to
like my class at Legon.
Look, Doc says he's being very modest, but truthfully, Abibitumi, we were I think at the last count, we said 13,000 users. 13,000 users.
People.
It's been operating for nearly two decades now, right?
So we started in 2006.
Yeah, so 18 years now, going on 19. So let's get on it. I've been talking about it for a while. Get on there. It also has access to social media as well as a version of its own, a video streaming platform as well as a film streaming platform. And I have a lot of my films there, by the way. You can't find my films anywhere else except on Abibitumi. Anyway, thank you very much, my people. Blessings, 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 Dr. K. Stay tuned.